What's good, fam? Not any closer to that government uh, shutdown ending. And I just wasted an hour of my life that I'll never get back listening to a bunch of grown ass children.
What was there, a meeting today or something?
Nah, I was in this spaces.
Oh, okay.
A group, a bunch of people that are betting on the poly market shit.
Got you.
So fancy themselves insiders or whatever. It's just a fly on the wall. But just some of the arguments, bro. So I really hope it's not that bad behind closed doors. Because if they're going at it like that, this shit's never gonna get solved.
Think, what do you think the effect would be based off of the decision for Supreme Court with the tariffs um, on Bitcoin? Like basically, if the tariffs are legal or not legal.
I think we've already baked. excuse me. We've already baked in the tariffs. So best case scenario, they call them illegal and they're gone, and we've got to price in the increased GDP from the extra money that would flow around from not having to pay tariffs. Worst case scenario, it stays exactly the same because we've already priced it in. You know what I mean? Before it was crazy because we didn't have the numbers yet. We hadn't responded to it, but we're on the other side of tariffs. Like, you get what I mean?
Like,
If they say the
yeah, like,
tariffs are illegal, then that's actually pretty good for business.
mm, yeah, that was what I was curious about because I know like that would mean most likely the administration would be paying companies, right? So at least those companies would see benefit, but I don't know how much that would affect uh, us over here in crypto.
Everyone does buying. It's not the crypto directly, right? It's getting liquidity into the market, getting money back into the market and out of people's bank accounts. Right now, everybody's like hoarding their funds and they're using credit, or they have no funds and they're using credit. But if that TV that you just saw go from $500 for the 75-inch or whatever you wanted at Walmart, if you just watched it go up to 9, and then it goes back to 5 because these things are deemed illegal or whatnot, then that's just going to stimulate. So in other words, even bad news for Trump administration if they get struck down isn't bad news for crypto. And good news, meaning things staying the way they are, doesn't affect us either because we've already priced in the tariffs. Now, sentiment wise, and people freaking out at the word tariff, and it's hard to quantify that. When Tarif comes in the room, everybody gets quiet.
Yeah, Tarif's been stealing our money, man. That's messed up. Copy that. I appreciate it.
So on YouTube earlier, we went through all the alts. It's really nothing to look at except for the ones that we saw that were poking out. What is interesting is that all of our totals, at least on the short time frame, have put in decent stopping candles. Nice stopping volume candle on total here for the right side. We're still looking for, like I was saying, maybe daily open. When we were shuffling through, we were saying underneath the 50 bad, above the 50 good, right? Above the 50 bullish, target would be psychological ranges. So if we look at total and look at that, then we can see, right, as a whole, you were holding an index of all the coins equally weighted. Not looking very good. At least at the 50. Total 2's holding a little bit better. Total 3 is already starting to pick off and go. And others is already pulled away. So you are starting to see some rotation into risk. But very, very early. Like very early. And then if you look at some of the BTC pairs, or was it? I had total BTC. Here's total 3 BTC. Right, so in Bitcoin value, as DOM is retracing out of 60, you're starting to see that flow into some alts. Total BTC. Right, it's like the BTC pairs look stronger than the USD pairs on your totals. Still super early though. And we are now right here. Last little leg. There was a nasty ride down, yo. The results of that test were kind of, I don't know. I gotta figure out a way to stress these things a little bit more. Not that anybody's supposed to listen here, that I expect anybody to, but we had like 54% of people that weren't able to DCA out. And I think I understand why it is, because we didn't pump hard. So I think we're gonna have to cover how to de-risk when you're underwater, as an alternative to just, you know what I mean, sitting underwater.
Yeah, I feel like for me, that's the hardest the hardest part is getting myself to get out of a position when I'm underwater versus getting out of position when I'm doing well.
It's because it's the fiat value, right? So when you're in the water, you look at it like, I'm down 3K on this. You know, I'm down 3,100, I'm down 32,100, you know, that keeps going down. Instead of looking at that coin count, right? Let's say you're down on Link. You have 10,000 Link, or you're down a couple $1,000. Like, you still have that 10,000 Link. And so while your buying pressure is going down on Bitcoin, there are pairs that Link is outperforming. And you can use that Link. That Link is purchasing power. Right? But when you think of it in dollars, it's like, oh, I'm going to realize the gains. I mean, I'm going to realize the losses if I pull out. And I think that's what makes people stuck. Instead of thinking, well, let me, you know what I mean, let me rotate into something that is weaker against Link and take advantage of the fact that I still have this 10,000 Link. That's that whole one Bitcoin is worth one Bitcoin. People are like, why do you, like, people don't understand why I de-risk into Bitcoin when Bitcoin has the possibility of going down. Well, the reason I went into risk for the first place was to make more Bitcoin. Right? So if I get into something that's outperforming Bitcoin, then everything's about to go down. Let's say I take, you know, for round numbers, let's say I take one Bitcoin and I put it into an alt. That alt goes up. In Bitcoin value, that alt is now worth 1.25 Bitcoin. Right? I have to realize those gains because my goal is to make more Bitcoin, not more fiat. Until we get to the very top, my goal is more Bitcoin. So when people think of taking profit, they think about taking profit into stables, and they're like, okay, I have more stables than I did when I put my initial in. Well, my initial was Bitcoin. So for me to win, I have to have more Bitcoin. The US dollar value doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter to me that Bitcoin went down 20%. What matters is that I have that 1.25 Bitcoin now instead of just one Bitcoin. Right? Until the end of the cycle, that's when I think about turning my Bitcoin into stables to be able to buy more Bitcoin down at the bottom.
Yeah, so you're looking at asset accumulation over P&L.
I mean,
I'm looking
one
for
comes
long-term
with the other.
P&L.
Yeah, like one comes with the other, right? But if that initial investment was in Bitcoin, then I need to realize that Bitcoin gain, right? Because if not, what happens is you get into a scenario where you realize the dollar value, and then Bitcoin does something, and now you can't even buy back the Bitcoin that you sold to take that trade, because in dollar value, it's, you know what I mean? So you lock in that Bitcoin, lock in that extra Bitcoin, that free Bitcoin, or that earned Bitcoin that you just made on the trade. You worry about the dollar value of that later. Unless, of course, you know, you went in with stables, you went in with cash, then yeah, you want to make sure you leave with more cash than you came in with. Stables screwed up a lot of trading for a lot of OGs. Like before stables, everybody traded into Bitcoin. Like what I'm talking about was just common knowledge. If you're gonna sell one Bitcoin, and when you take profit on that trade, you better come back with more than one Bitcoin, right? Or you just screwed. You lost Bitcoin, even if you're up in dollar value. So that's what happened when stables came in. People were like, "Oh shit, that's great. We don't have to worry about what Bitcoin is doing versus what this coin is doing. You can just go into stables and like breathe and chill." And it's true. But if you don't keep track of the Bitcoin value, what ended up happening at the end is they ended up making a bunch of fiat, but that fiat couldn't buy back the Bitcoin that they got rid of to make the trade. So they lost Bitcoin. And if you truly believe that fiat is being debased and that Bitcoin is the, you know, the hard currency you want to denominate in, then that's an L. Even if you have more money, right? You took an L. Okay, great. I made more fiat, but that wasn't the goal.
One Bitcoin is one Bitcoin.
Yep.
That was beautiful what you said, because yeah, it's important.
I saw it, bro. I saw people's face go white when they did the math. Take profit and they're all excited, and then they do the math, and then you have to wait a year, 2 years to be able to actually realize that Bitcoin value. So it's like opportunity loss, time loss.
Yeah, it's often about the next trade, right?
Yeah, I think we lost that with. That's what I was kind of saying. Like I think we've lost that with stables because everybody gets a timeout after their trade. When you had to trade into pairs, it was like while your trade was going, you were already doing the math on your dip buy or on your rotation. Let's put volume on. Let's see. Doesn't look like crazy volume came in, but it did hold off of 50 there. Yeah, we're still like volume divergent here. If you just draw your trend lines on your volume coming down while price comes up, divergence is already healing itself. Right? Divergences get fixed by either the volume coming up to match the price action or the price action coming down to match the volume. Typically, it's the price action that comes down to match the volume.
That's at 102, no?
We're at the 50 right now, 103.2. I would see us coming down to daily open, honestly. Unless volume picks up, I would, if I was market maker, I'd be shooting for daily open mean reversion.
Oh, you want a mean reverse downward?
Well, that's,
Wait,
you know,
we just reversed to the mean today.
we've got our psychological high above, right? That should be our next mean reversion. Because we've already came to the daily open, we reverted to the mean, we held, we pushed away. But if volume doesn't pick up, right, then my opinion, market maker will come back to the daily open again.
Wouldn't that create a possible head and shoulders and everybody will start freaking out on that?
Nah, it'll create the right side of a W here, which is what I'm sort of waiting for my type 2 entry.
Oh, okay, I see. Oh, sorry,
Right
I was
here.
looking into the bearish side.
Like if we go to the daily open there, that would be a really nice. But we do run risks, obviously, right? Because we get closer to this vector gap, right? There is gas there, but market maker doesn't tend to sit still without sort of making money that's easily. We'll wait till we put in that bottom. We draw that out. But for right now, that excuse me, that bull flag takes us to 105.4, which should put us in the middle of some gas that would give us that move to daily. I mean to sorry, psychological ranges.
To the mean, right? On the
Yeah.
hourly or the 4-hour.
And the weekly mean reversion is that psychological high. Form during the week. Whenever we come off of it, we tend to revert back to it during the week at some. And then on the daily, that mean reversion is the daily open. And then you have your 50 EMA mean reversions, have your support resistance mean reversions. Dig into that a lot more. Bear market, at least 5 type of active mean reversions. It'd be a good point for market maker to reward retail with a nice green vector candle for all their hard effort catching that 50 EMA.
Imbalance wise, we're very far from the mean since the all-time high. Now that's cheating, right? Because you look at what have people been doing since it topped, but
I mean, you could draw. What you would do is you would draw like a fib tool from the top to the bottom of the drop, and then your 50%, right? Your 0.5 would be like your basic mean reversion from this range.
yeah. But so when you get to that point, if you're there with more people having panicked than FOMO'd, it's a bit a sign of what's to come next, right? Because people tend to be on balance in the end. Once they buy, once they sell, once they buy, once they sell. So the sum of money that's that's moving the markets is roughly the same. Now with liquidity, well, I guess with M2 going up, it increases slowly over time, but it's
We
roughly
still
the
have
same.
to
Right?
wait a couple days for that too.
So when you get a return to the mean, if it's neutral, then I guess it doesn't give any signal. Right? But when you get back to the mean and you see that there's been like more bearishness, right now there's no way there's no way we'll be at the mean without more bearishness than bullishness. Because what happened, it's done. All those liquidations are done and all. Like, well, unless if there was enough shorts, we could do the opposite, I guess, but there isn't.
Somebody asked if that was Aiden Ross's stream. I think it's academic stream. There's a bunch of them in there that are all streaming the same. Aiden is there though, yeah. Y'all got good eyes, yo. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. It's like the speed at which these longs pile up is almost like 10-10 never happened.
I mean, how do you make sense of that? Maybe people didn't get as wrecked as we thought they did.
Revenge trading, probably more than likely taking a little bit of the portfolio that's left and just YOLOing it. You know what I mean?
It's like, hey, if I'm down
Can't
this
get any.
far, might as well.
That's the psychology, bro. Instead of the opposite, right? Instead of being like, okay, damn, I'm down to 10% of the portfolio. Let me circle the wagons and protect this 10%. You know? It's like, well, 10% at 500x. I mean, I guess 3 or 4 good trades. I'll be back in the game, baby.
And like, I don't see that as revenge trading. I just see that as, well, either desperation or just like, well, the damage is done. Like you said, might as well just freaking swing.
Yeah, it depends on the person, right? Some people are just salty and like, what happens, happens. Let's go, get back on the horse. But there's definitely some people trying to make something happen. Sure. What's going on, Maddie? Trying to figure that out now. I'd like a nice higher low with some good volume to get cooking, but until we get above 105, 108, and 112, those are my targets. Head will fully be above water if we can get above 112. Head above water, and our feet are now like touching ground.
116 even.
But he's got a different number. Mine's is 112. But there's a bunch of buy walls that we have to get above that. 110 is going to be important. Psychological range takes us to 111. There's like 1,300 Bitcoin there.
Oh,
But for
no,
me,
for
I
me,
would like to get above this SR flip right here at 112.
For me, we're already above water because we're above the previous low. So I'm gonna assume 98 was a low. As long as we're above the previous low, this low could be the low. Yeah.
You
So we're
touch
already
bottom. That
above
doesn't mean that
water.
you're at. That doesn't mean your head's above water yet. We just touched the bottom of the
it
pool,
is because
right? We were sinking.
not...
We finally touched the bottom of the pool, but you have not pulled yourself up out of the edge yet. We fell from until we get above that weekend trap for me. This could just be the lower high.
Of course, but the time to think that we're gonna pull ourselves out of water was down there.
No, you don't wait to be. Yeah, like I said, it just depends on how risky you are. We obviously swung at the bottoms. But the question I was answering is, how do we know for sure that we've hit bottom? And for me, that doesn't happen until we can change structure.
You never know. We could go all the way to 115, fail there, and then come back, put a lower low. For example, right? So you literally never know. Look at what happened on the 10th on altcoins. If you thought bear market bottom was in, look at what happened on the 10th.
I can't just answer. I don't know. Anything could happen to every question I get on YouTube. I think they want to know what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, I don't want to sound annoying, Dbloc. I'm just saying, like you literally never know. Price could go out to 0.
Yeah, Zeusie's bullish now. Enjoy it while it lasts.
No, I'm not really. No,
Well,
we're
see,
below.
there it goes.
I'm not. I'm more
Just
neutral.
clip it and play
But
it back,
I'm less
guys.
bearish.
It didn't last. Didn't last long.
Less bearish maybe, but no. Honestly, I even see 75k incoming. But it doesn't mean you know, locally here. Now that we're above 101, there's a nice potential dead cat bounce going on. But we'll see. The dead cat bounce will become much more if it's able to go above 116. Well,
You
the
guys
flip side,
realize how this started by me saying that we're not head above water yet, and he was saying it was, and then now he's back to being bearish to prove my point of my original statement was that until
no,
we get above a certain level, we're not safe yet.
it's a it's a time frame perspective, right? Like it's above water on the hourly, I guess, or no, on the 15, yeah, yeah, not even on the hourly. Right?
Zuki's not a bull or a bear. He's a cat. He just does the thing that you don't want him to do. I'm just kidding.
Just give the man a baguette.
Doesn't sound
I
bad right
love
now,
the
actually. A nice espresso.
And some French cheese.
some onion soup.
Yeah, we think there's going to be a new all-time high, right? The question would be when. Like, we see we're in a hurry because of the end of the cycle, right?
As long as it happens before December, I'll be all right. I don't want to go through the entire month of November without a new all-time high, or I will start to have some concerns.
Oh,
Just personally.
well,
That and the levels we've been watching too, right? But it's not enough to just pump and go up and start to like bullshit around 120s and so, like, you know, if we do all that, it's time to go. If that doesn't spark some sort of interest or spark some sort of FOMO, then yeah, we're running out of time.
Yeah, especially now that we've broken sub 100, right?
Yeah, if this was gonna be the last sweep, shake people out, blah blah blah, all of that good shit, then the price has to prove it now.
105 is now resistance, right? You know, Nasdaq did a bullish engulfing daily.
Needed that.
Yeah, right on time. Yeah. Still didn't fill that gap. Damn. 23rd of October. But it's really a perspective thingy, right? Like, because if you zoom out, people haven't necessarily panicked too much either on this dip. But when you zoom in, yeah, that was some sort of high bearish pressure sustained for a week. Yeah.
Money's continuing to flow out into the banks. This is the sort of canary in the coal mine that I've been watching to see when we start to get real institutional flows from the banks back in the stables.
Banks have Bitcoin too now, no?
ETFs is a way to check too, but this is how to see when bank deposits are coming in and being turned into stables. Right, this is a fresh look at flows from the bank into stables. So far we've lost $3 billion of deposits. Right, this isn't sideline money. This is our sideline chart here. This is dry powder. Right, stables in waiting to be deployed. These are stables in from the bank or out to the bank. So there's definitely some profit taken. Trying to avoid this. That bearish channel is no more. Now the question is, are we putting in consecutive lower highs? High, lower high, high, lower high. Or are we going to start to take some of these levels out? I personally don't see how Bitcoin makes a run to all-time highs without taking out that 62.3 right now. The only thing that could do it is if ETH goes with it, like I said. If Bitcoin goes by itself, it's going to take this shit out. If ETH and Bitcoin make a run towards all-time high, but ETH outperforms, then maybe we can keep that lower high status there.
Don't forget the stablecoin cap, right? It could also go down with stablecoins really getting a lot of inflows.
Yeah, we'll see that. We should see if this chart picks up the banks to the stables. We should see that come out of DOM. But that's a lot of ifs. So many variables. But until that shit stops happening, alts aren't safe, guys.
I don't think people will risk any money until they see Bitcoin above 116. Yeah. Well, maybe they'll start above 110. even maybe 108, but no, overall, it's if you reverse market structure, overall it's bearish market structure since beginning of October. Like we need to reverse that to an uptrend, and you have confirmation that we managed to reverse upward once you put a higher high and not a lower high. And it's gonna take time. Oh, Dixie also returned to the mean, but on the daily, it's at the 200 MA on the daily, and it did a touch and dump. So it's, I think it reacted at least today, yeah. But it's above 100. So it's trying to break out up again, but well, red candle today.
Give me 1 second, I gotta go grab something. I'll be right back.
We have a new daily.
Hello. What are we buying? What are we selling?
Little push there. I guess look, you could have used the 200 EMA as your invalidation. Yep. I know last night was cool, but you know what? Last night's last night. Tonight's a new night. You know, you can tell when you drink your coffee fast. You put too much creamer in it, then it cools it off too fast, and then you drink it too fast, and then you got to go get another cup. Yep.
We go. Dump it. Where we going? Having trouble with 104. So what Trump have to say today? Anything good?
I don't know.
Ay, ay, ay. Up, down, up, down. Oh, yo.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, last night, and look, it seems easy now after the fact, but it wasn't during. But like right now, I don't know. Kind of just looking and looking maybe where the midweek reversal would be. You know, between now and tomorrow. It's taking my time. Has Boss Man been on earlier today? I've been missing him. Every time I get on, he's gone.
Who?
An hour or two ago.
Yeah, Gloomy, that shit happened Monday. I was listening to you. You was like, I voted too early. Oh God, I was right there with you. It's funny to laugh about it now, but oh man, that was amazing. Anyway. All over the place, all together separate. Need to be looking at the delta right here, I guess. $102, huh? I think 102.5, 102.4, lose it, then reclaim it with strength. That's what I'm waiting on. If I get it, whatever. Zero. Zilch.
Zero's out of zilch, nothing. What's zero?
It's over.
What, that 10-minute candle? What's over, bro? We got some big old buys down there still sitting at 102.
Yep.
What you gonna do when they come for you?
Yep. It's either shit or get off the pot.
Bad Bitcoin, bad Bitcoin. What you gonna do? Oh, market maker just gonna take his time, let more shorts build up above it too.
Yes, sir.
Either way, our dominance is still up above 60, so I'm just scratching my noggin and being patient.
What's going on, guys?
Chilling. Yeah, earlier the 5-minute looked like enticing a little bit above the 200, but then the 30-minute looked like, but confluence that we're going to go down. So, which was cool. Really? You're not going to get the rest of that?
Debating if I should enter right now. I'm gonna be patient.
Yeah. It could go either way, but you could see why people would just looking further to the left, So, yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
I mean, maybe we jump to 70K.
No, don't say that. I'll jump
No.
off the roof.
I hope not.
Not today. Not today.
Yeah, no. I was looking at the daily, and one of my indicators predicting a 70,000 price point, and I was like, no. But I think
It's definitely a likely outcome.
Yeah, I mean it's a possible one. There's some confluence there, but I think hopefully this is just us putting on.
But it would take like a few months, no?
Yeah. I do see like a potential, a BT's potential for like a lower 90, like 93, 94.
But it was there in April, right? Like 8 months ago now.
Yep.
Well,
Is
there's
there
people
any
talking again, so the price must have dropped again.
is there any end of the government shutdown in sight?
I thought
I've,
Trump
Not
had a
as far as
meeting
as far as
scheduled.
we know.
I've heard differing opinions on that. I mean, I don't see much changing, but there's potential.
I think it'll be over quick. I think it's about to be over quick. I mean, they did what they had to do to get the base energized to go out and vote and win those 3, 4, whatever just happened. Not want to get into it, but they did what they do, and that's over. So I'm thinking the government will be open soon.
Yeah, the projection I heard earlier was November, sometime in November, and ideally in the next couple of weeks. But
I'm running
we'll
out
see.
of dip money.
Thank God I closed out at 104.
I hear you, Parabolic. Wait, who's trying to front run this? Y'all was supposed to wait.
Front run a higher low, you mean? Wait, front run. Oh no, on the shorts. Yeah, yeah. We couldn't touch. We couldn't touch resistance, right? So it got front run. Yeah, for now it couldn't touch even the previous SR. And there's a hell of a lot of sales above. Between 105 and 110, there's someone exiting. Well, different players exiting. Like twice the bullishness we saw today, roughly.
Insurance, their car registration, his license.
But
they were here 5 years. Edgar Garcia is the guy who ran their application. At that time, you guys asked them for a social security copy.
That's an open mic.
Somebody.
But you know, the sell ball is nothing for Wall Street. But yeah, there's a lot of buys needed to break 105. Well, to start filling these orders. And when you look at support, we well, there are no buys to cancel to FOMO in, right? So it's money that's not in the books that can buy and act.
Yeah, I was wanting a little bit lower. I was thinking we was going to tap 102.5, lose it, and go down to 102.4, and go back up. But it's trying to go up
I
now.
see. You mean front run? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were pissed. Well, not pissed, but I thought you meant front run the resistance.
No, nah. I was just seeing this
Because
maybe
yeah,
bounce.
For me, it's a hard short up there at 104.500 because there's no like you know, on the 15-minute, for example, there's no well, you would, I guess, a parallel upward breakdown, something like that. Yeah, you could have taken that, but we didn't get the retest. Well, it failed to even retest for now. But like, you know, now that it forms a bit of a down move on the small time frames, if we are to go back up and put a higher high, then yeah, it becomes a bit easier to short, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, you know, at least a double top, I don't know, something up there.
I must say I like longing a lot more than shorting. So knowing that, you know, on you know, got to protect myself. Knowing that, you know, so.
You know, Bitcoin was hard to dump and easy to pump. Now it's the opposite. Well,
Yeah,
it's been
man,
the
it's
opposite for a few days. Like, it doesn't take much to bring price down.
Yeah.
But climbing up, was a bit of a challenge, especially that 101 area, or 101 500 area. So it ends up being the VWAP, right? From the lowest point upward. That's where the most exchanges happened. What is the average price of transactions yesterday? So I think as long as we're above that, you know, this is a bit of a few red candles isn't anything bad. But losing the VWAP would be proof that the bullish order flow is over and that we're now really negative again.
I mean, I feel like if we could hold a range, right? Like even if we don't pump, if we could hold a range and not somewhere near or just above 100 for enough time, I think that would allow sentiment to come back up, right? I just think everybody's a lot of folks are hurting after the October 10th, and then this, you know, it just
Monday.
kind of being on top of the burn, yeah.
Yeah.
Then
You
on
know how
top of that, money going
tiny
into
things
like
make a difference at these levels, you know, and it can easily cause a cascade of stop losses again. And
yeah.
there was commitment on the breakout at 1015. So I'm gonna guess that could hold this night.
Nice little push here, though.
But honestly, right now, when I look at what's waiting above us, I'm like, there's just no way. We need a catalyst or something. We need whales to start by, and they did it at 101.
Yeah. I mean, there was some, you know, when we hit that 98.9 again, man, for the second time, like, wow. It's hot stuff.
It was a high low, the second touch, and it's really, I think it's good we did that because it's really to make sure you get out, well, you stop out anybody who, you know, moved this stop loss up.
Yeah. I'm glad we did it.
No,
acted like
neat
they wanted
double
that
bottom like
Bitcoin.
that. Like very precise double bottom going on there. It's kind of beautiful.
Yes, it was.
It's what we did at 15.5.
Look
So
though,
I
it
guess
just
that's
went
why I
right
like
to
it.
that. It went right. Oh, I'm sorry, Brad.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying about they just wanted the Bitcoin. Look, they just went right through that 553 Bitcoin demand and turned around and let it come back right back up. Unless that was the deterrent, but I mean, I'm sure that had something to do with it. But I wonder if they just wanted the Bitcoin. And
Yeah, buddy. Fun stuff, man.
Yeah, I would definitely say like where we are now compared to before is more of the that part of psychology where uh you remember the good times for a little bit, but you remember the bad times much stronger. Uh,
Oh, that's where you learn. You know, I know for me, I mean, shit. That's
yeah, and I would say it's maybe we're seeing people being a little bit tighter on their buys, kind of waiting for a little stronger confirmation, but at least that's what I see or I feel, right? From what I see. But um we'll see.
You said ranging would be good. Well, in the order book, no, it's not. But well, no, it's no, no. I don't. No, it probably won't. There's too much above us. Like, if you want to find balance here and range, the some people need to give up. Like for price to range, you need equilibrium between buyers and sellers. It's got to be 50-50. But right now we're missing a lot of buyers, and they're gonna need to come. Now we saw the first glimpse of that yesterday. By the way, 98 wasn't costly to hold. It's 101 that was costly to break out. So a few whales but there. That's why we ranged. You see how it ranged there? So that was a range, right? Like it was ranging between 101.3 and 102 300, right? So just $1,000 range. There you had the big battle between, I guess, 2, 3, well, multiple whales, but our overall price was ranging there, and we broke that to the upside, right? So that battle was won by bulls that stepped in there. They bought.
yeah.
But after that, yeah, we had a bit of continuation. I mean, price continued higher, right? On declining volume, and now we have a little bit of an increase on leverage to the downside. So people longed after we broke out 102. People went long, and I guess now we stopped out most. But they went long again. But that's always true. Eventually, longs managed to defend the level, and they just win. Same for bears. They managed to hold 116. They prevented it from going any higher there, and they won. So I'm not worried that people are longing it too much right now. Like it's normal. I just hope they support it with spot.
Without a catalyst to take us north, would you want to see price action wise to have confidence in an up move?
But just even in a bearish continuation downward after putting a lower low, you're expecting a bit of at least a dead cat bounce, and whether it's 104, 108, 112, I have no clue. Golden pocket of this down move, I know where it is. That's why I'd like to exit. So it's high. I'm not sure I'm gonna get it. In a bear market, you would more like target 50% or even lower than golden pocket, right? But golden pocket right now it's 115. We'll see. And yeah, we're gonna need a catalyst to break. Well, right now we need one just to break 105. Even if it's not a catalyst, we need whales. Well, we need some whales to have a reason to buy it. BlackRock, institution, or whoever you want. And they bought it yesterday at 101. Well, kind of patiently waiting for them to also do the same thing at 105 and above. You know, it just starts at 105.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's not in the order book, though, then yeah, there's a good possibility. You're right that they're just not showing their hand yet. What would
Bears
you?
are showing their hand right now, but bulls are
Oh yeah,
not. I'm not sure they have any hand left. that breakout at 111 probably exhausted a bit bulls, which makes sense in a capitulation, right? Like it's normal.
I asked what would you say if there were bulls not showing their hand yet? What would you say is a lower target that you think would potentially bring the bulls back out?
But that 101, the same area where they bought yesterday, that range there, that $1,000 range there.
Okay.
Someone accumulated some Bitcoin there yesterday, and he can't he can't exit that. It's too much. Well, maybe he's exiting between 105 and 110, but it doesn't matter. It's not relevant here for me. It's just ABCs. What did Bitcoin do? We put a lower low after a big impulse down. So potentially I'm expecting this to hold above the 10th of October though. As long as that's true, I can look for higher. If we lose that, then I'm wrong. So I don't want to stay in a long if we dip back below 100,800, which is by Bit's low point on the 10th.
Copy.
It's as simple as that. And for TP, I target golden pocket of the whole down move. So here it's 115. Now I might TP earlier. Well, I might change. Actually, it's not TP earlier. I might just start TPing sooner on longs for the coming year. Actually, not might. It's I will. Probably more like 50%. 2 steps down, 1 step up, 2 steps down, 1 step up, basically. Yeah.
So what you're saying is the bull market's still on? Is that what I hear you saying, Zusi?
Not well. It doesn't matter if we are still in a bull or a bear market. In both cases, there's a straight setup that calls for a bit higher.
How do you feel? If you had to pick a side,
I feel like there's a double top fighting now a double bottom, but the double bottom failed, went lower. We even closed 4-hour candles below, right? So the daily didn't, but it's a body against a wick, while at the top we had 2 bodies fighting, so the double top at 115 seems better defined than the double bottom down there, so I guess back to the mean is the most likely here, no? Unless there's interference, like 108 is the mean. No?
yeah. Interference could be the right. It could be a choice of a word. Manipulation could be another choice.
But if you get news, bullish news or bearish news, it might help people who sold. There's been a lot of panic selling going on these last days. We've seen 12,000. The 10th of October was 45,000 Bitcoin dumped, and here we got 12,000. So it's really small compared to the 10th. But but the nature of it is very different. Like this is slower. Well, I mean, it felt still quick, but compared to the 10th, it was a slower dump, right? And it was, and yeah, since then, like, you know, we got like plus 2,800, I think, today. So we're still missing a lot. And if there's a reason for these people who sold, if there's any reason to buy, price could shoot up, you know. You always get surprises. But that's not the most likely. The most likely is that we'll just continue the trend, you know. What's a defendable position in the chart here? You zoom out on the daily. Yeah, there's something defendable here. That's why I think it's worth attempting a bigger long than the shitty trades I tried on the way down. Basically, a bit more margin at this level, right? But if we lose it, we lose it. Then there's a few hidden levels. I'd call them like a bit hidden levels, right? Like 92, 94. You got a few CME gaps. You could have some reasons to try to buy something around well, between 90 and, you know, somewhere around 90K. That could be a reason to attempt a long again. And if that fails too, then the defendable area is what we did in April. We spent a few months there, you know, like 2-3 months, building a support centered around 85K. The number is 85 because it's the midpoint of that bottoming structure. Right? Now the lowest point is 75, but the average of price while it bottomed is 85. So that's a third plan. Like one of these trades is gonna bring a lot, you know. I don't know which one. I hope this one works. If it's not this one, it'll be the next one. And the thing is to have well, enough money after a few losses to catch one. Yeah. Now it doesn't mean I want to short it down to there, right? But because for me the last time to short was 108 because it was the previous all-time high. So once, you know, like I wouldn't be comfortable holding any short from here. Now, you know, if we get that a bit of a, you know, at least 3-4 days upward, like not just 1 day, then yeah, maybe I can short from lower than 108, of course, but right now I'd rather pass on short still. Yeah, if we end up pumping to 108, you know, trying to catch a bit of a high leverage short entry there with low margin, I guess, to hedge a long or overall to hedge your portfolio, you know, not necessarily a bad idea because failure to do that at 116 kind of wrecked me nicely here. There's nothing to TP. Literally, there's nothing to TP when you don't have a short and price drops. It's all about more like cutting losses than TPing. Yeah.
Thanks for the rundown on where your head's on where you're at.
Oh, thanks for asking. It makes me think. But roughly, it's my plan. You know, like I can see it go all the way down to 85K. It's it wouldn't be well, it would be just normal. And then, well, I don't know why I'm thinking let's do like last time, a head and shoulder. Maybe it's a bit stupid thinking, but there's already one, yeah, in the chart. It's a bit ugly, but you already have a head and shoulder with a neckline at 99. It's very ugly, but there's already one, right? Ah, there's always patterns to match what your plan is, right? But yeah, you already have measured moves down to 85k here. And all Bitcoin has to do is reclaim the daily 200, and then bulls will step in. You know. The problem is it's it's not gonna be easy to do that because markets still have a lot of way to go before we call or attempt to go. I mean, hopefully they continue their blow off top upward. Otherwise, we're in trouble. You know. Look, today crypto managed to pump 3%, right, or 4%, well 5% from 98. Right? While Legacy had a green day, right? It wasn't a very green day, but it was a green day. So that's a good sign. We're able to pump when they pump. That wasn't the case lately. You know? It's been since the 9th, roughly, that we are underperforming Legacy, and now we're still
Except for
underperforming
Zcash.
Legacy, but yeah, I mean total, if you, or you know, Bitcoin and total market cap. Look at total; it's retesting its breakout. If you connect December to 2024, you know, it's a bit of a downward angular. We broke out upward in July, went to 4 trillion, and now that we're back here, we're like retesting for a second time our breakout. It's the second time we test. I don't know, Bitcoin is downward since October, beginning of October, while Legacy is still upward. On bigger time frames, yeah, I really hope Legacy continues its bull run. Otherwise, it's not gonna help Bitcoin not do not do a right translated cycle. And it's hard because Legacy is giving short setups. You know, once it's like today, it bounced from that level, right? So it's the first bounce, I guess. 6,770 on Spire. Look at what happened last time. Went down 5% in a single day when. So, well, previous resistance becoming support, all good. As long as that's true, it's all good on Legacy. But tomorrow that could be not true anymore. In which case, I could easily see a 3-4% down on Legacy. That's gonna break 98 easily, you know. Maybe not, we'll see. Like, crypto needs to find an area to defend in the chart that at that point everybody is done trading. You know, I'm not done trading, but is like if we drop enough, then it doesn't matter if they continue dropping. And it's a bit what happened here, right? Like Bitcoin is already down 30% from its all-time highs, a bit less. So does it really matter if Legacy takes a 5% dip? It's not going to help, right? But potentially it's a defendable area. We like backed out while it underperformed so much that you kind of expecting it to go, sideways, like you said, while they dump.
You know, somebody was shilling that Dbloc not long ago, and it's going up. I'm gonna probably send that person a message asking, so when y'all rugging? Because, like, doggone it. Like, how'd y'all know?
What's going up?
Yeah. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Diggy bite. Somebody was shilling that about a week ago, and it's going up. But anyway, everybody's shilling.
Cool.
Not here though. Not here. No shill. But yeah, this bounce here, I thought we was going to come a little bit lower, but we didn't. But you can still come lower, maybe make a W pattern the other side, come down lower. Because we've been making that type of W here lately. Where the right side's lower than the left side.
What price doesn't matter as long as it's not where you want it to do, right? Like we don't know what price is gonna do, but we know what we want to do. So then it's a bit of a waiting game. But you could even just put your order there with a stop loss too and go to sleep and see what happens. I wouldn't advise doing that, but if you want it to be like mechanical and robotic, you've identified a level, you want to buy it, but you just have to wait for price to be there.
Yeah, that's coming down the future. I mean, getting better at seeing moves later, like planning ahead and then taking it to that level of setting up the trade and just not staring at it, like what you just said, long and short of it, pretty much. Gotta get some more experience, but yeah, that's going to be neat to be able to do that, in the future. That's going to be really exciting. Can't rush it, but yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, typically when you identify a level you want to trade, you also want to see a bit what price does when it comes there, right? Like you want it to give you a wick with a candle body close, or I don't know, like anything. You want to see your RSI also low, or you want to see a swing failure pattern, or you want to see a CVD divergence, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
In reality, I'm not sure it makes any difference, but I guess it does. I don't know. If you've identified the level, I think we should just trade it without questioning it too much, right?
I mean, I think there's like it's like there's a spectrum, right? So it's like there's probabilities involved. So yeah, it's more probable if the RSI is here and the price is here that you have a potential for continuation or so on and so forth. But it's all probabilities at the end of the day, right? The market does what it wants ultimately. Yeah.
And I don't know why we always want to buy lower, but you could also come up with a plan to buy higher. Like, there's nothing wrong with that, Like, wait for this to settle down a bit, and by that time we'll have more info probably. But like right now, it could be a decent plan, honestly, to buy 108, because at that point, you've reclaimed your daily 200 EMA. Bigger time frame momentum has shifted upward. The previous all-time high didn't act as resistance because now we're below. We're below December 2024 on Bitcoin. So you would expect that to cause issues on the way up, and we even have confirmation in the order book currently. I mean, it's stacked of sells around there. It's nothing impossible, but yeah, we're gonna need whales to buy it. And I don't want whales to buy the dip. They can't anyway. right now there isn't a dip, right? Like there's not enough. But yeah, we need whales to buy the top basically, and they usually don't do that, right? And retail, well, we're mostly well, bulls are kind of. I mean, they've been winning a lot these last 3 years, right? But you know, some of them are close to being broke here, so they're probably not gonna be of much help above 105 to buy it.
Did you think about adding a little bit of more file the last 2 days because of it going down in the 130s?
No, honestly, I was too occupied with leverage positions. I didn't
Yeah.
touch spot at all. I added to my Bitcoin long. No, on spot, I did nothing on spot now.
I added a little on spot here and there, but I didn't
You
add.
know, to buy spot, you need profits.
Yeah, I
Usually,
got you.
For me, it's leverage profits that you know add to spot, and right now I really don't have any. So
You know, I did that really good February 3rd, where everything dumped hard. I did so good that day, but I was buying spot with my winnings, and by the end of the day, it's like I didn't do shit because everything dropped
because
hard.
spot also.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
it's like
that's like it's like free coins.
yeah, like now I'm like I gotta make myself wait because of that. Cause but you know that was great practice because that February 3rd and then we had March 2nd was bad, and then I think we had another date, and then also you know October 10th. But you know definitely remembering those dates, or you know exactly what happened in that month is key.
Hey, you think because 10-10 was a bad day, you think people are gonna be worried on 11-11 and then 12-12? Oh, that could be fun. But
Yeah.
maybe we can skip November. But yeah, there's probably some people who have PTSD from 10-10, so they might be worried on 11-11. Is that wait, what day is that? It's a Tuesday. Oh, perfect. Maybe
Well,
3-day up or down reversal timing.
if we didn't hold 105.5 Monday and reversed, Monday would have probably been bad. Yes, it would have been bad for me because that was the turnaround, really. That 105.5. Somebody talked about that, and I marked that last week, and then also about looking at the weekly on the 50. That also helped this week too.
You know, to continue the bubble, it would have been much less costly to bulls to buy more at that 105.5 bounce, right? Rather than let it drop and now have everybody become bearish, and it's like, but in a sense, if you really have tons of money, this is better to accumulate, right?
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
Maybe that's why we didn't hold 105.
Hey, it's a catch-20. Like early in the year, it's like by October, in October, I'm gonna be out this thing, bruh. But now it's like, here we are. What are you gonna do? I'm adding. Really? Okay. Nice. Let's see how it goes, baby.
It's we're doing disrespectful stuff to the cycle.
Yes.
This cycle is doing disrespectful things to my wallet.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
maybe, I mean, maybe the cycle hasn't finished playing out, so it may feel disrespectful at this point, but it may not be in the end, right?
Well, 4 years. I mean, we're supposed to be at least neutral now, not bullish, right? Because 4 years ago, and like when I look at my portfolio, I'm definitely not neutral. But 4 years ago, Bitcoin topped, right? It's been like, give it a few months. Yeah, I agree. It could continue till like even March. It doesn't have to be as precise as that. And then on top of that, with quantitative tightening and this and that, maybe we are undervalued. When you look at the size of this pump, it's much smaller than COVID, right? Yeah, it's much smaller than COVID. Now, of course, we didn't have retail interested about crypto like last time. It looks like 4 years is not a wide enough cycle for people to forget their wreckage and come back. All the people who lost money on Shiba, for example, and all that. I think a lot of them just left and didn't come back to crypto. Maybe
That's
retail comes every 2 cycle. You need a new generation. 4 years isn't really enough. Right?
yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Is that's part of it too. Is that like each time you dip, even if price is really high, if you don't maintain a level of retention of folks that are putting their money in this asset or that asset in the market, right? You know what I mean? If that door isn't continuously revolved, uh, you know, that could change dynamics. I mean, there's so many different dynamics within an economic environment over time that I would imagine could a bit change the cycle. And we're in kind of I mean, maybe this is because I'm in America, but it does feel like this is a bit different, and just in general, the political and um, the legacy market environment that we're in does feel a little bit different. Although that being said, like being 6 months green, for legacy is pretty historically repeated in the last 100 years. So.
Let's see how high can AI bring us.
Yeah, I mean, when NVIDIA, NVIDIA, it was $92. It's like, damn. And now,
I sold on Nvidia. I sold 200 before the split, and now it's at 200, but it got split.
Yeah. I remember when it was at $92, Clive was like not happy. But now over $200. I don't know what it is now. It's probably lower, but yeah, I remember $92. I remember.
Was it 10
God.
to 1 the split?
Yeah, I remember. Well, when it was in 2015, I remember. Oh man, oh God, I don't even want to think about it. Never mind.
Speaking of older times, did we ever get solid confirmation on where there was that wallet from like the Satoshi era wallet that had X amount of Bitcoin that had been opened or like been recovered or something? Was that ever confirmed?
It looks like price action confirms that news.
Sort of like kind of what I was getting at is I was wondering how much that had an effect, because I mean it was quite a bit of Bitcoin if I remember. Although I had heard something about that the person who owns the wallet has been like, I don't know if they were accumulating with a matched amount of assets or something for that prior to that wallet being revealed, but
Well, you know, there's a lot of dormant wallets, especially on Bitcoin, because people invest in Bitcoin. They don't really like. You know, some people don't trade it; they just invest. Especially billionaires. You know, some of them just bought $1 billion of Bitcoin for their kids, or I don't know what they did, but and those Bitcoin just don't move. So those wallets are completely inactive, and sometimes one of them moves, and you would need like it doesn't mean much. No, doesn't mean that he's gonna sell.
Yep.
Well, in the end, we did higher low than World War III, right? Damn, Bitcoin going down is as worse as World War III starting. No, never mind. You know, it's just that last time we were at 98. You had bombs falling on Iran and all. Like, that was a geopolitical reason to drop, I guess. Well, you could understand that people were afraid and they were selling their Bitcoin, but it kind of made sense to counter trade that, right? While here on this drop, it's harder because there's like, why are we dropping? Because it's the end of the cycle, no? We're dropping because we had a Fed meeting. Like, we're dropping. Like, what's the event out there? Or the government shut down, right? I don't think it matters anyway, but like, I'm wondering, what's the FUD out there? That doesn't seem to be anything specific, no?
Super moon tonight.
It's like everything is good, even, right? You have rate cuts, you have unemployment went higher. Maybe that's why. We can see the people are thinking recession is coming, so they sell their Bitcoin. How does that make sense? The recession comes, the Fed will cut rates, they'll print money to save the economy, to save the American way of life, and this and that. So Bitcoin will just go up, no?
That's right. That's what we want.
But yet people sell. So I think it's just a cycle. Like, it's just normal. I don't know, it's the problem I have here. It's in 4-year cycle. Up, price does a downward ABC. You know, it's high-end shorting around this area.
I can't wait till I get that 4-year emoji by my name in the YouTube chat. Might have to wait though. It's gonna take 4 years, but anyway.
Is that a super moon tonight?
You mean the big moon when it's closer to Earth? Super moon, what's that?
Yes, that's what it is.
Looking at it now, it's big. Not the biggest, but it's bright and clear.
Does that mean we're gonna drop even more, or we're gonna continue reversing up? I guess we could do both.
I think if you start seeing your hair get longer, it means you're a werewolf.
I'm bald headed. I did it last week. Just didn't want looking right, and so I cut it all off.
And you'll have an even more clear indicator if that's the case.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. What's going on? Can you hear me all right, Juicy?
That's a good question. What's going on, Woody? Like, I didn't listen too much to the social media out there. No, like, what's happening out there?
Hello? Sorry about that.
Are
My
people
microphone just shut off.
starting to turn, or?
What happened?
I heard you had mayor elected in New York.
Did we?
The French news
know.
is all on that.
I see. Oh no. My microphone just died twice. That's weird. I think I need a new headset.
How about that Venezuela pressure? Any news from there?
Venezuela?
Yeah, last time Bitcoin was at 98. Bombs were America was bombing Iran. Now Bitcoin is at 98. I'm like, well, we should already be at war in Venezuela, but we're not, right? So I'm starting to worry here, because what's gonna happen if tomorrow in the news we have B-2 bombers dropping bombs on Caracas, or whatever's gonna happen out there? Then people are already a bit disappointed, or starting to be disappointed of this new president. And
yeah,
I mean, who's to say?
what's that gonna do to sentiment, right?
Who's to say there's not more subvert operations going on?
Oh,
I
you think
can't
there's
see.
like a secret up going on? Yeah, but then if it's not public, why would Bitcoin go down there? People, we need to know, otherwise there's no reason to dump if nobody knows. But I guess it's speculation that something is gonna happen in Venezuela that made people sell, maybe.
really.
In France, they're saying fentanyl is the excuse to change the government in Venezuela and take control of the oil there.
You got a fentanyl problem in France too? It's everywhere, huh?
No.
Yeah, it
No,
is.
we don't.
You don't?
No,
Then
there's
why
no
would they even
fentanyl
mention it?
in Europe. But we like to follow your politics in France.
I know what you're saying, Gloomy. It is bad over here. Where we at?
Actually, I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
there's fentanyl
I
in
thought it was
France
bad
too, but
everywhere. There must be in France too. It has to be.
not
That
no
crap's everywhere.
not
I mean,
not that
it's
I know.
probably it may not be an epidemic, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing is here it's an epidemic, right? But it's probably I'm sure there's a little bit of it in a lot of places. But how relevant it is as a larger socioeconomic problem.
I'll ask AI, but I think the answer is 0. I'm in blue.
22,800 Bitcoin transferred from BlackRock or sold. I haven't looked at BlackRock today. Let me see.
Do you know who bought yesterday?
I have no idea.
Did
What's
Micah
Michael
say
Saylor
that
been doing?
what? Yeah, I
I
was
haven't
like,
heard
did
anything
he
from him.
publicly say he bought yesterday or?
I don't know. I think a lot of this has to do with 11 minutes ago. Is outflows or inflow? No, outflows again. BlackRock 11 minutes ago. Yeah. BlackRock is selling again. 300, 300, 300, 300, 300. Well, it's moved because they still have the same amount. They still have almost 800,000. No, they have less. I don't know how much less. So like 300 Bitcoin. I don't know.
Maybe Tesla bought, maybe Elon bought, no? Someone big
Don't know.
bought yesterday. I don't think it's the sum of traders.
We
though.
got all kinds of big companies buying and selling now. Who knows?
Maybe Germany
People,
bought the Bitcoin. It sold at 50K. It bought it back at 100.
people like to follow BlackRock because BlackRock's the biggest. I don't know how much CZ owns. I know he owns a lot. Coinbase too, right? I don't know.
Because we always hear about sells right now. I want to hear about buys. Because, for every seller, there's a buyer.
Yeah, I want to hear about big buys too.
Unfortunately, there's 90% of sellers and 10% of buyers right now. So we end up going lower. But that changed a bit yesterday for at least 12, 18 hours.
Yeah, a little while.
Well, it's longer than 2 hours, right? So something shifted in this trend.
It's gonna go down forever.
Although you could argue it's just a lower high again, and we couldn't even put a local higher. Alts did though. I mean, some alts did. Yeah, you even have bullish market structure on the hourly on some altcoins. Well, very rare altcoins. Just a tiny few. Yeah. But yeah, ETH couldn't, right? Like ETH didn't even come close to getting back above 3580, 3580. Like it didn't even try. It just found resistance at the low of that bit of sideways action there. While Bitcoin came inside it, but put a lower high for now. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue to put a higher high there, but I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be a short entry, right? Like double top with a higher high on the right part.
Looks like we got a genius on the YouTube.
Genius. What are they saying?
I don't know. One of them's a genius in there.
Hey, if he knows where price is going, I'm interested. Saying.
Genius, huh? What's he saying? Let me see. Oh, you live in China, that's why. Hello, Discord. Price will go up.
Yeah, he
Oh,
just
price will go up
spammed it.
and down.
Wow.
Makes him a genius, huh?
Yeah, he's a genius.
Oh, could be proud.
But yeah, when we that Monday dip. My bad. Yeah, that Monday dip when you was like everything you were saying on that bottom, like I bought too early, I bought too early, damn it. I was saying the same thing, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was right there with you, but then we came up, you know, it was like, oh yeah. Yeah, it was cool kind of going through that with you, you know, it's kind of neat.
Can't let you do it alone.
Yeah, I know, right? It was
Oh.
neat.
What are you trading?
No, you know, I bought deep, because it, yeah, it went lower, but I'm low 6 cent, but still just trading Bitcoin mostly, and
I never traded that. I know Tana likes that, right? Is that the one she talks about?
yeah,
Deep. Has to do with Sui?
she is giving me a little warning. It is kind of late in the game, but you know, it's back to 5-6 cent again, and so I hopped in that. Ondo still looks, Ondo's been disappointing, man. Like
Yeah, I
I've
was
jumped in
in
that thing
Ondo.
twice.
Ondo has so much good news going for it too with Chainlink. But Ondo is acting like Chainlink. Chainlink will not. I don't know. But Ondo's acting like Chainlink. Just don't do nothing.
Yeah, that may okay. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I see that now. Since you said it like that, yeah. Huh.
Cause I got in Ondo early this morning too. Cause God, like it has to do something, man. It's looking good too.
Well, like even if it just gets back to $1, I mean, it's like, hey, okay, I'll take that, but it's like,
Yeah, that'd be 40%. I like Ondo. They have a lot going for it too, with all the tokenization and that partnered with Chainlink. And just that Ondo Summit, man, the people that were there, God.
yeah, that that and PIF in the bear market. Of course, thinking year or two down the road, or sooner than later. Because I'm at that PIF where it's 10 cent, 9 cent, 8 cent, like trying to manage in that.
I like Ondo more than Piff, but I haven't
Honestly,
looked at Piff in a while.
I don't know a whole lot about Under, but is it possible that just because it's good, it's so like something can be a really good asset or really good, like have a lot of things going for it, but that doesn't actually make it a good trading tool, right? Like I know that's kind of Link, right? Like Link is a very useful and
Yeah.
demonstratively useful crypto, but as a trading tool, it's not necessarily the best, right? Or a trading instrument, I should say.
Remind me a lot of Chainlink. No, Chainlink gonna move for what, like 5 years? It's
Yeah.
consolidated. Uh, but when it moves, man, it's gonna move. I'm expecting the same thing from Mondo.
So I mean, it sounds like it could be a good investment tool and not necessarily a good trading tool, right?
Investment tool. I mean,
Or investment instrument. Yeah, because like if it's something that you kind of, it's like it doesn't do things a lot, but if you get, like accumulate a certain amount and you're you're still in that asset when it does finally go, I guess
it's a good
maybe not the
long-term
worst one,
Mondo. Yeah.
maybe not best short term, trading instrument.
No, I don't think it's good for short term, but long term, when everything it has going for it, does seem like could be.
Right. Invest long term in altcoins in November 2025. That seems a very probable good idea. Very likely good idea. No,
Wait for the bear market.
I didn't
to
I didn't
defend
say this
to
is a
defend
good
the
idea.
idea. Yeah, I agree. I mean, some of these alts are so low that I'm not sure they're gonna drop during the bear because they're like so low already. But probably they'll just get delisted. Like they won't drop anymore. They'll just get
Never
delisted.
know though, because you do have
So
a handful of alts that do something during the bear market. I don't know.
Yeah, like Chainlink, the oracles, it could be Chainlink and Pith. I mean, they need both of them. You think, like for me, Pith, it's like if Solana and Pith break ties, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm like, that should not ever be delisted. Not saying it can't, but I don't think Chainlink or Pith is going to ever get delisted.
It's way before
honestly,
Chainlink. I don't think Chainlink will.
good alts should attempt to hold a high low during the bear, right? And when you look at the wicks they did on the 9th, a coin like Link did a higher low, right? Like it went down to $7.8 on the 10th, and that's a higher low. Like it's not below $5, right? So I think that's going to be important, yeah, in a year roughly.
That's the price Chainlink, man. It stayed at what, $5 forever.
Yeah, I bought some down there too. Not as much as I should, but my average was like a little over $8. But
yeah,
but because it was a useful. Because it was a useful coin, it didn't drop as much as Solana did. It didn't drop, like it didn't have a very deep bear market. It only went down 10x. Well, it lost a zero. Right? It went from 50 to 5, 90% down. Not like 95, 96, 98, 99% like other coins did. Cardano, Solana, they went down much more than Link did. So that's a double-edged sword, right? Because it didn't go down enough really during last cycle. So you could argue that, well, this time if it puts a lower high, so for now it didn't make a new all-time high, right? So it's kind of skipping this cycle. I mean, not skipping it because you still got like a 3-4x up, 5x up, maybe if you really cut 5 and sold 25. Personally, I did catch 5. I still haven't sold, but anyway, that's not relevant. But there's really two schools of thought, Like, do you think? Imagine Bitcoin is at 40K in 1 year. Do you think Link is higher or lower than $5? If you think the answer is higher than $5, then honestly, at this point, why even sell? Why even bother selling? I mean, I know it's stupid what I say, but like honestly, we're already halfway through the bear market, right? If you think it's gonna hold $9 during the bear.
The bear market though, that's for Bitcoin, right? Do alts have to have the same bear market?
Now a more realistic look. like if but you assume Bitcoin is at 40K, right? It's not if it is that like Bitcoin has dropped, it's at 40K. You know, like Link, it had that huge accumulation for a whole year. You know, will that hold? Last time Link was at $5. Bitcoin was like trading between 20 and 30K or 15 and 20K. You know? So it makes sense that next time Bitcoin, if it puts a higher low, then Link could also put a higher low, no? Like, why wouldn't, like, if it's a good coin, you know, like, I didn't say 10K on Bitcoin, I said 40K, right? So it's a higher low on Bitcoin. But maybe good alts will also put higher lows during the bear market.
It's trying to break out now.
Ooh, when they're gonna move?
And I think we just saw it on the 5th. Like we already know Link will bottom at $8 during the bear.
Might not.
It's a fake out or breakout.
All depends, man. Who knows? It could be some wicked
And we're below.
bullish news that comes out for Link or something during the bear market and just makes it
You know,
rip. Who
it's
knows?
below 50%, so we're now closer to $8 than to the previous high at 28, 27, 28. Like it's closer to 8 than to 28. It's just below 50%. $15 is well, it's right at the midpoint. Yeah, it's right in the middle. If price multiplies by 2, you're back at the high. If it divides by 2, you're back at $8. That's the range on Link now. Huh? Buy 8, sell 25, I guess, and we're in the
I
middle.
haven't looked at Link in a while. I haven't traded in a while. I gave up on it because it doesn't like to move.
I remember Dbloc, but 495. I was in from a bit higher because of the ABC, waiting for price to recover 550. But then, yeah, people sold. I kind of forgot to sell.
Ah, it's Thursday already, huh?
Maybe
Seems like we were just
forgot.
talking about midweek reversal.
Wait. You want to reverse what to which side? Because we reversed on Wednesday today.
I'm just saying it just seems like I'm just saying because it's Thursday. The week went by fast. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's a mess. I'm not sure it works this week, that midweek reversal stuff.
I don't. Hey, could turn around midweek reversal. We've been going down for over a week.
I don't know how Nasdaq managed to put 3 red candles in a row while pumping. Like that's amazing.
They put 3 red. Oh wow,
It
3
put
red candles in a row while pumping.
yes, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, while pumping.
While pumping, how does that happen?
It's
They must
gaps,
have.
right? It's gaps.
Yeah.
It just
They
opens
came
much
down
higher.
so much.
Opens opens higher, dumps, opens higher, dumps, opens higher, dumps. But that changed, so that reversed on Tuesday. So you had a false move up while putting a red candle on Monday, and now you would have expected 3 days down. You got your Tuesday down, gap down.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in.
Oh,
Watch
there
out.
it is.
See that? Let's go. Let's go. 9:45. Why now?
Honestly,
They're
if
not too
someone,
big.
if you have the answer, please tell it, because it's confusing me a lot. This midweek reversal stuff. I'm like,
Yes, the answer is written in the wind.
Tomorrow is Thursday, right? So midweek reversal.
Yes,
Yeah.
tomorrow is Thursday. But now people are harvesting their crops. Tis a
Oh, yeah.
full moon fever out there. It's spooky.
You're right. This is
That's
when
not
they do.
that's not good news. If people are in the fields, they're not in front of their computers buying crypto.
Well, now they're making money so they can buy some crypto today,
Yeah, it's a full
tomorrow,
moon
and the
right
day
now.
after.
The moon turned full at 6:14 p.m. and full for a few hours. Let's go. Oh.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Ow, ow. I knew I felt weird.
I'm gonna go get some brandy.
I get energy when there's a full moon. Let's go. Give me a shot. Matter of fact, make it 2.
Why is Doge not at 20 cents?
I don't
on,
know.
Doge.
Go ask Doge.
We're accumulating.
Should
We're
be at
trying to get more
20.
Doge because I'm waiting for a
Because
check.
Doge is in its bear market.
I
Bitcoin
told
was at
Doge to
50.
hang out.
Bitcoin was at 20K. Doge was at 16 cents.
Yeah, it
We have to get
depends,
rid of
man,
some
what's
whales.
going on with it.
We
Not
have to shake
everything's
them
gonna
out.
move at the same time. I'll be happy if there ever comes a day when stuff don't follow Bitcoin, man.
We need like a meme country to just do a Doge strategic reserve.
We need a new, I don't know.
What's interesting
I
is
just,
WLFI are making their own strategic reserve, and now they're adding meme coins to it. As long as the meme coins on the USD1 ecosystem and it has volume, they're supporting it. Today they made big chunks, like $250,000 each, like just one after another, on a pretty low cap. It was only around 20 some million when they started buying, I think. And that was that one coin I was talking about. It's with USD1. It's paired with USD1. It's called One, but it's also part of like Bonk, Radium, all them. Like it's in their ecosystem with USD1. But they're going to start buying and, on these low caps, it seems like WLFI. And they're building up a little reservoir of memes.
If Elon becomes president in 2028, maybe he'll add Doge to the strategic reserve and we'll catch the Bitcoin.
He can't become president, but he's going to push
yeah,
the party that, he can push a party that he has, influence on, that will have a representative that's going to become
right,
president.
Elon cannot run for president. Well, he would have been president by now. If he wanted to be.
You can't buy the share, really? Damn.
No, he's not an American citizen. Well, he has to be,
Well, they say Obama, you don't have to be, you have to be born in the United States.
yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, there was something going on with Obama's.
Man, I checked out that birth certificate and it looked like it was manipulated.
Yeah, definitely. Just like Michelle is his best friend. Did you see videos on that?
Yo, the White House just trolled everyone. They're like, "Oh, word, here we'll post his PDF certificate," and then someone like totally like broke it down. It's like, well, first of all, it's impossible. They even posted it with the layers that they did the manipulation on, like a Photoshop file, basically, where you can break down the layers.
What's this fake conspiracy about?
I mean, everything's a conspiracy if you think about it. That word has become an interesting word, but we conspire here. This is all a conspiracy. We gather and plot at a, hourly time to do some actions.
I mean, I get it. It's a theory, or it's only a theory until it's proven, right? So everything may be a conspiracy, but also it could all not be. Well, most likely, some of it is, but then.
No, it sounds cool, but why don't you guys do like we did? Just put him to prison.
What do you mean? We have many prisons. What are you talking about?
In France, our old president is in prison. He's currently literally in prison. Like he couldn't.
Whoa.
Escape.
We're not trying to put a president in prison. We want to put maybe the ex-president in prison, not the current president. At least I don't.
Yeah. Sorry, the ex-president. Sarkozy is in prison in France right now. It's been 10 days. He's locked up in prison. So instead of conspiracy around Obama, just
Lock him up.
if he did any. Yeah, just lock him
Well,
up.
that's what I mean. The thing is, who knows what the administration's working on? Maybe they are working first. I mean, they said they were going to lock up Hillary Clinton. They said they had some dirt on her supposedly, but who
Oh.
knows?
But then we're gonna need death sentence, no, for Trump. If you look, oh boy. Anyway,
Yeah, let's change the subject.
I'm supposed to be
Talking about what? Don't say that. Don't say that about the president on
I
Discord,
think
man. We're gonna get busted.
Zeus's an agent.
I know, seriously, it's not a joke. Sarkozy is really in prison. Like, it's not conspiracy or anything. It's real. He got sentenced to prison for having been blackmailed,
What?
eaten money.
So
He took money for his.
being blackmailed. I thought you said for having a black maid. I'm like, what?
No,
That's what I heard, man. Oh god.
It's about funding for his presidential campaign.
Historically speaking, that's a light punishment in France.
Yeah.
Blackmail?
Yeah, no, we don't have death sentence anymore in France since a while.
Don't they? What do they do? Tar and feather there or something?
Oh no.
Tar and feather.
Guillotine was.
Oh yeah, the
Guillotine was
guillotine.
invented in France. That was
Oh
invented
yeah,
by
off with his
a
head.
French.
He tickled
I
them
don't
to
know.
death.
I don't know if Louis was ever a death sentence. They just killed him, right?
Yo, Napoleon was ruthless.
He was sentenced.
Napoleon Dynamite?
By the street.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's like by which court it was recognized by? I mean, I guess ultimately the court of the people. Yeah.
All right, man. You guys got 7.5 minutes to load up before we go. Rockets.
Rockets. Let's go.
I'll be right back.
I'm ready. Hurry up.
Not financial advice. We might actually go straight down to the abyss, but I'm thinking
Oh
rockets.
crap. Don't say that. No, I'm scared. Set up
Thinking this 10 o'clock candle is gonna be nice though for some reason. Things are cooking on the Bollinger Bands and some other little metrics I'm looking at.
Hey, remember that if you're not a little nervous, you're not anything worth mentioning anyways.
Here plus 12.
Actually, I looked it up and it wasn't. No, there was a bit of a trial and they voted and they decided to kill him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I do believe, there was a vote. I just don't know if that would have been recognized by the king that they killed, right?
You talking about Napoleon still being killed?
Louis says.
Yeah, the French Revolution, not.
Oh, I thought you were talking about They're talking about Napoleon.
Oh, Napoleon wasn't killed. He got sentenced to exile. Like they put him on an island.
Talking about when
Yeah,
the
he
French
died off.
tribes killed their king and pretty much all of the.
Mhm.
I don't know if a lot of people that in power.
And Napoleon died of like stomach cancer or something like that. Some island.
Yeah, Saint Helene Island. British territory, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that island belonged to the British back then or not. I would have to assume most likely because shit, they had almost everything covered, and he wasn't going to be allowed to go into a French territory or exile. You think Trump gave Argentina $40 billion? He needs a place to escape when it all comes down.
But he'll just go there, no? To Argentina?
Oh, he didn't go there. Couldn't find it on a map anyway, but just gave him $40 billion so they could get out of the hole, and then they turn around and signed a deal with China to sell all their soybeans to China. So gave them 40 billion and screwed our farmers. Aren't too happy.
Isn't that solved now with the Chinese deal?
I don't think anything's in writing. What are they going to do? They already
You
agreed
talking
to
to
buy all
somebody?
their soybeans from Argentina. There's only so much so much soy they can
Is
use.
someone talking?
Oh yeah, so the harm in the relation there is done for the for farmers, right? Like they're pissed at him, right? Basically, you know.
Alcohol sales
Who you
too. I
talking
mean,
to,
he
Zusi?
pissed off Canada. Canada pulled off all their stuff off the shelves, all U.S. alcohol and stuff like that. And so now the people in Kentucky that make the whiskeys and the vineyards out in California, they're all down anywhere from 20 to 30%. That's Canada's our biggest export for alcohol.
It's Rubber Wooney, but you can't hear him.
No, that's why I was wondering. I'm like, where is he? I don't even see him on here.
I'm here.
But he can't hear you though.
Yeah, I've had that problem occasionally too, where just nobody I've muted or anything else, all of a sudden I just can't hear somebody for a while, and usually I have to completely shut down Discord, start it back up again, and it
That's why
usually
I don't even
resets
see him
itself.
on
But
here.
Yeah, he's saying
So wait,
restart your.
what's happening in crypto? Like while we speak, because we have Bitcoin still in its well, potentially what's going to end up looking like a parallel downward. While ETH is already like, hey, I might want to try to go back up.
That's what I'm saying. I
So
think Bitcoin's gonna hang out a little bit and get moving
yeah,
on Solana, Ethereum, little Dogecoin. You know what I'm saying?
dominance
if
is
D
running down a
was
little bit right
here,
now.
if D was here, he'd be pissed at us for trading alts. Well, not pissed, but
Oh, he's here always in spirit.
He's got agents working for him.
Maybe he's
everywhere.
being a market maker real quick. Only kidding.
The RSI
mean,
heat map
technically,
on. Go ahead,
what's
Drew.
up with the RSI? Go ahead.
I was just saying the RSI heat map is warming up. Everything's starting to move up scale. You know, it doesn't hurt that dominance is dropping too.
RSI heat map? What is that?
Oh man, I love it. If you go to CoinGlass and you, I can walk you through it if you pull up the website. I derive a lot of my trades off for that.
Oh, okay. Okay. I just didn't know it was.
Did you find it already?
RSI heat map. Yeah. I'm on CoinGlass. And no, yeah, it shows you the distance to the mean. Yeah, I remember. Was it you who showed us this the first time?
I
But yeah, the
brought
idea
this up
is
a couple
to
times. Mhm.
yeah.
I'd like
Yeah, okay,
I
so
like looking for
it's
the
the
ones that are.
RSI across many altcoins. Okay.
Yeah, it's too busy with. So up at the top, you can go from all to top 50 to top 100. I always pick the top 100 and go on the 5-minute range because when you put the cursor over the coin, it shows you all the other. It shows you their 15-minute, their 1 hour, 4 hour, 12. So there's no sense in doing that. So I put my cursor on it, look at it, and while you're looking at it in real time, you can see where it's on the chart right now, and then look at all those other time zones. So you can see what's going up and what's coming down. So I like to try to find the ones at the very top or the very bottom because if they're overbought, they're getting ready to come back down, and if they're oversold, they're getting ready to spike. So I just set up some, I'll jump on and put them through my
I don't know.
TA on obviously on TradingView and
I still
everything
don't
else,
see
and then
'em.
wait for them to make their turn, and then I write them up or write them down.
Well, on the on the 4 hour, I have 3 coins that are oversold in my wallet. The first one is KDA.
What was his
Well,
name that
it's
was
become
talking? Sorry.
Mhm.
Is that rubber?
ZBT and Mocha.
Do you see?
I don't see him on here.
Do you see that one
Oh,
called Soon? SOON.
Bubba.
Yeah.
That thing was
I don't
launched.
even
I
got
think
rubber
today.
on
That
this
thing
list.
I've cranked on that about 4 times, up and down, up and down, up and down, just running it up and down the track, and it's just
Wait a
been
second.
printing money
How
all
can
day.
you
It's all over the place.
how can you be overbought on the 4 hour
I
if the
see him.
price is down 22% in the last 4 hours? It says price change 4 hour minus 22%, but it's overbought.
If you notice,
Yo,
that one
Woony,
was
can you
even
hear?
off the
Sorry,
freaking
guys. Woony,
screen.
can
It
you
went
hear?
so.
Can you hear Zusi and Rubber talking? Woony?
I can hear Zeusy, but I can't hear rubber.
Oh,
I guess
yeah.
it pumped
You have him muted.
200%, then dropped 22, so it's still overbought, but it dropped 22% already. Okay.
Yeah, it went up so high. It went up so high. It went off the screen today. I was like, I've never seen that before. It was poof. It was gone. It was up. It was overbought.
It's a new launch, or
I'm sorry.
is it a new launch?
What was that, Zuzi?
Is it a new coin getting
Yeah.
launched?
So I longed it and shorted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's a good tool, yeah, if you're looking for volatility. Yeah. Maybe I should do
Yeah.
that
It
a
makes
bit,
for some.
experiment changing chart. Yeah, I don't do that. I choose a chart and then I trade it. But yeah. I usually
Yeah,
be
it just
doing
kind of
if
helps
sold and
separate
then
some of the stuff from the noise. Mm-hmm. So hopefully it's a tool for some people out there listening.
CoinGlass has a lot of stuff, yeah.
Okay, I found him.
Yeah, just look, Woony, just look for Rubber, like.
Yeah, I found him, but I don't have him.
Rubber, like
I don't have him
Trojan.
muted.
Proleptic?
That's weird.
Yeah, is that what is it, your name Rubber? I mean, is it because you know?
I
That's
found
what
him,
everybody
he's
thinks when
blue.
they first hear
Rubber,
it.
rubber.
I remember you
I
used
don't
to
have
call
him
those
muted or
fake
anything. That's
rubbers.
weird.
Yeah, Woony, can you hear me now?
Wait,
Woony.
can't hear you.
Apparently
That's
not.
weird.
He doesn't have
Yeah,
you
I've
blocked or anything.
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I've
Rooney,
I've
just
had the
probably
same issue,
reset
and
your
not too
reset your
much
Discord.
lately.
I did twice.
Oh, you did? Oh wow.
Yeah.
I've had nothing important to say anyway. You're not missing anything, Mooney.
He was talking about your mom, Mooney.
Got some yo mama jokes.
He says she's a nice lady. Heard him.
Makes a mean breakfast.
Oh.
Easy on his mom. Come on.
My mom's dead.
Even more reason to leave her alone.
Yeah, it's not cool. She died in a car accident.
Sorry, bud.
Anyone wants to give us some TA a bit? No? Damn.
Dominance dropping down to 61. Let's go.
I'm thinking he
That's my
probably must have
TA.
me blocked because I had trouble finding him and everything. Like,
Hey, Rubber, do you have
True.
Rooney blocked?
True.
He said
61 is
he said he could hear you.
I'm looking.
he can hear me?
It's up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Rooney.
I-
Rubber, you
yeah,
can
I
hear Rooney, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he can hear you.
I remember seeing that last week.
61 is above us. It's not below. You can't say dominance dropping to 61%. We're at 60.
Oh, we are? Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Even better.
yes.
Great. I haven't looked at the dominance chart for a while. That's good.
I have him right here. Rubber 04998. He doesn't even light up or anything. It's weird.
I'm not the brightest bulb on the tree. That's why.
He said he's not the brightest bulb on the tree. That's why.
Oh
The
well.
good thing is our market cap is getting a little bit higher. We're back up to 3.45. We're kind of got some more billions that poured back in.
Yeah, it was leaking last night.
Yeah, down to like 3.3. I was getting worried.
Mm-hmm.
But a couple $100 billion came back. Let's go.
All right, let's
Keep
put an
telling Dbloc
alarm.
that's jump change.
Oh, what the
Alarm.
Dbloc has
Title.
that in his seat cushion.
What are you
Time to
looking at right there,
work.
Dbloc? Stables to the bank. What's that curve showing? What do we got here?
It's stablecoin dominance or stablecoin market cap.
Well, then
I
now
don't
what is
know,
it showing?
actually.
It's showing it's reached that point coming down there.
Stable is maybe bank deposits to the bank, and then stable is to the bank. So you got bank deposits to bank going up on the left, and
Kind of
then
what you were talking
stables to
about,
the
Drew.
bank going down to the right.
This is where our trillions were going to come in from the bank into stables.
$100
It's-
trillion.
Let's go.
It's stablecoin market cap, right? So when stablecoin market cap goes up, it means people have more stablecoins.
Or what
Unless-
it's showing is that they're bringing money into the market and it's going into stable coins.
Yeah.
And we got to take in consideration stable coins have been getting printed pretty quickly.
Yeah. Now, don't forget, you can probably print stablecoins without any backing. So
Oh, wait, let's say mint. I'm sorry, not print, mint.
yeah, mint. Yeah. I wonder how that works.
Well, to be legit, you have to have a backing. You have to. I think right now in the U.S. they're going to have the framework. It's you can't just come out and say we're a stable coin. You have to have something legit.
But the problem is it's the bank who's backing, right? The system, the financial system, and banks.
Well, it depends.
Have,
It's
issues.
they can choose. I mean, before look, algorithmic stable coin. It's like who knows what the hell was backing that? We thought that his big Bitcoin address was backing it somehow, but with Luna, remember the algorithmic stable coin Terra? But yeah, I think right now USD1 is gonna push really hard these next 2 years just because the administration they have their hand in it.
the 3D or 30 axis there, Dbloc? It is. You had your green, your yellow, and your red. I feel like we're right between the yellow and the red on those lines you put up a couple weeks ago or so. I feel like we're in the amber section between yellow and red. We haven't quite made it down to the red yet, but I think we're in the amber section.
Was it Silicon Valley Bank, right? So as long as banking sector is strong, that chart should represent real dollars, right? But when banks are having issues, then that market cap isn't like. Does somebody really have $250 billion of dollars sitting in an account, backing that all those stable
It
coins?
doesn't have to be strictly dollars. It could be bonds. It could be a few other things. There has to be some kind of liquid tender. I mean, and every country has their own rules, right? So right now, I think the framework is going to be interesting when it really comes out, and I think we have to pay attention with USD1 the way they're doing things. I think everyone's going to have to do it, and USDC Circle, they're going to get the green light, of course. USDT, we're still, we have to see. That it seems like they're iffy in the States, but I think they're going to get the green light in the States too.
It would be a reason to go to 180K right now. Fear of stablecoin depegging. Let's do it. Flight to safety. Just buy Bitcoin. Screw stablecoins. 250 billion buying Bitcoin. That should be enough to break.
Well, a lot of people were saying
resistance.
a lot of very supposedly smart people like that kind of do this kind of research were saying that the only way 1010 was able to happen was by the first catalyst being the stable coins that were on Binance to depeg. If those wouldn't have depegged, there wouldn't have been enough friction for everything else to happen under it. And they said that was like, if those would have stayed pegged, everything else could have stayed below it fine, or like whatever, started that tidal wave of 1010. I don't know if that's true. That's just someone's thesis, I guess, hypothesis.
Powell didn't mention anything about the health of the banking sector. I mean, he wouldn't say it anyway. Yeah, imagine the panic.
Man, Powell's just thinking about his big vacation.
It was a big subject back in 2023. We had Powell tell us that banking sector was resilient. They monitored banks. They even stress tested banks before they decided to hike. Like before Silicon Valley went bankrupt, even before that, it was a subject, banking sector's health. And now banking is doing fine. Like in France, they pumped nicely. Like the stock value is up and all. So I don't think that's gonna come anytime soon, honestly. But it could be a bullish catalyst. Crypto against banks again. I guess I'm lacking imagination, so I'm just expecting a bis repetita of 20K drop.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're so low in dominance right now. I think that's might have to add to this Doge position here.
Drew, can you try to imagine something really bullish for Bitcoin happening? I only came up with banks going bankrupt, which is a bit.
I mean, now we're gonna see MicroStrategy put the pedal to the metal these next few days, or he's gonna represent like November's gonna be the month of orange, and he's gonna be buying. It's gonna be bullish. I think there's gonna be a lot of people where they went through a lot of wreckage. Everyone was super hyped for October. October ended up being a farce or whatever. Even September wasn't, it had some iffy moments. So I think right now, the beginning of November, even if it's kind of like a stutter step, I think we're going to have to do some kind of big move pretty soon, even with Bitcoin to the upside. I don't know if we're going to do ATH again in November, maybe early December, but I think we're going to touch that top 125 area again pretty soon. And we're going to get like some blasts off, and you're going to see everyone getting super excited, and I think everyone's going to get FOMO once you get back towards the top, and that's where the big sells start happening. And I will be out of my position when Bitcoin is about 123K Doesn't matter what I'm in, I'm going to be selling. And that's
Damn,
my
all you
bullish
came up
scenario.
with is Michael Saylor? Ah,
No, that was just like I was just saying. That's one of the cats. Like a lot of crypto Twitter goes crazy once they see those orange circles on his charts, and it just sets some things off. And Elon Musk right now, things are getting bullish. Elon Musk saying it's time. Things are festering up right now. Things are going to get frothy, as they like to say. And I think crime season is not finished yet, and we still got some pumps to go.
cool. Yeah, Elon could do something, yeah. Now that people are doubting, maybe they'll start trusting Elon again.
I mean, it's a good and a bad thing with the politics. He's been getting his nose and whatever his hands dirty in politics, but that's gonna have a positive effect, negative effect. I think it's gonna have a more long-term positive effect if he's shooting for like a long-term goal with his whole lunar mission and everything, and getting a political party in place for the next elections. I think he's got to do it, and if he's going to have some influence and maybe his political party doesn't get the presidency, but they might have other representatives under presidency, maybe in Congress, maybe in this, maybe in that, who knows what kind of sectors of the government. I think Elon, with the amount of money he's going to have, I think he's going to have some kind of government influence in the next few years, just like he's been having. So I think he's a pretty good bet. Even though he's not Doge, that's like the leverage bet on Elon. Of course, Tesla's like a direct bet. I think Doge is like that leveraged bet on Elon. What else though? If you want some more bullish stuff, I mean, I want to be more bullish to tell you the truth of, Ethereum, Solana, even XRP. I'd rather be more bullish on XRP, and I used to be a hater, but I'd rather see XRP blast off again than see BTC blast off for some reason. I just think the market's still lopsided, and I would love to see the alts start chopping away at Bitcoin and get Bitcoin under 50%.
That would be bullish for everything,
And I don't want Bitcoin to get slaughtered. I think Bitcoin can do that and hang out at 100K comfortably, and just slowly get chipped away and just hang out between 120, maybe, wick down 88, 90, 99, whatever. But I think it can hang out comfortably while the market kind of starts to develop around it. And I don't think people will lose their bullishness around Bitcoin, but I think it's going to be able to hover. Even if it gets to 150, I still think it's going to be able to hover and withstand a bear market pretty well, because the way these institutions have been stocking up, yeah, BlackRock, they buy, they sell, they play ping pong on their trades. But some of these guys, they're just accumulating. Their boss told them like, hey, you got this amount of money, this amount of time. We need 25,000 Bitcoins within the next 3 years or something like that. And they're just like, bang, accumulating. So I think it's going to be pretty safe unless some kind of black swan event happens. I think, cyber attack, we got to be careful with those. Make sure your guard's up, your security, your bubble is kind of nice and closed with all your crypto stuff. And just think of the worst case scenario. If it does happen, if shit hits the fan, that you have an exit plan that can be quick enough for you to access some of those funds if you need to access them. But, you shouldn't be investing money that you need anyways.
Nice little
So
move
you're pretty
here.
good at finding new projects and researching them and stuff. Anything on the radar?
I mean, I've been digging in anything in the USD1 ecosystem. I've been loud about that. So, haven't been looking at anything else really. I think Pump's still going to do good. WLFI is part of that USD1 ecosystem, of course, because USD1 is WLFI's coin. But Radium and Bonk are getting really involved right now too, because Bonk.fun has their little launch platform. Then there's America.fun. they've been spitting out a lot of meme coins, and this one wallet has like I don't know how many $1 billion worth of like even Trump meme coin, and they're just sitting there, and WLFI are like they're starting to buy like $250,000 chunks of some of these meme coins that have volume with USD1. So that's what I'm keeping my eyes on, the USD1 ecosystem. This one, it was called OneCoin, or it's called OneCoin. That one's been doing really well. It's I think it just went past 20 million today or something, and WLFI announced that they're going to be doing a reserve of like meme coins that have volume with USD1. And it just seems like obvious to me that the administration is going to have to do some kind of framework that makes all these stable coins have to go through some kind of filter. And I think their guidance is going to be something as of USD1, whatever their framework is everyone else is going to have to do it the same way USD1 did it, basically, in my opinion. That's how I think that's going to be like setting the standard. Like they're gonna be like, okay, you want to do stable? Like whoever's issuing new stables, this is the way, and you got to do the same framework that we're doing. And it's got to be, doesn't have to be in the ecosystem, I think, because competition's good, but it's going to have the same kind of tokenomic rules that apply to USD1.
Gotcha. What do you think about those rumors about us basically using stable coins and Bitcoin and stuff to get us off the gold standard and leave all the rest of the countries holding the bag?
I mean, it can be
Yeah,
done,
that
right?
sounds
That's
good.
dangerous. It's possible. But I think the secret of everything working out is to not get the other party too upset, and you don't want to create turbulence. And even if you leave someone holding a bag, they got other bags that they could probably have some kind of ripple effect that comes back at you. So it's got to be a peaceful, kind of easy way. So I kind of like this Valor coin too. That's like the China America kind of. There's a big China community on Telegram that was pushing this Valor coin, but it's a US America.fun coin that had to go through their system. So it's curated by the one of the advisors at WLFI. He's on the team. So I was like, all right, if WLFI is only following 20 people, and they got this one guy pushing this one thing, and it's a bunch of Chinese dudes pushing something with American flag on it, and I'm like, this is interesting. So I was getting on that, and that's like what I'm, that's what my bread and butter right now. But it's risky. I'm doing the same thing, like trying to farm points, because I have a thesis that the launch pad, since it has its swap, that every time you swap on the launch pad, since they're routing through Radium, and they have a partnership with Radium and Bonk, that they're going to give some kind of rewards as long as you go through their platform and route through there. And there's like a point system, I think, that's accumulating. They did a snapshot with AOL too, like the top 1,000 holders. There's like $20,000 worth of airdrops. It's pretty interesting. But if Biden was president, I would not be touching anything of the sort. But just because I think, we live in a world, no shame to say that, even if, little corruption might happen, people are going to get mad. They're like, why is the Trump family getting so rich off these cryptos? But it's, they might be dunking on me. They might dump on me, that's how they get rich, maybe. Like, so it's a risky game, but I think there's going to be a lot of volume coming in with everything that's involved with USD1. At least at like the top levels of the USD1 volume pairs.
Well, supposedly half the United States can't read or got a 6th grade reading education. That's what I heard on the radio.
Well, pretty soon, we're not going to need education. As long as we got AI, maybe some kind of chip implanted, maybe Neuralink in the future. Education is going to be just buy it and plant it in your brain. If you don't got it, tough luck.
Yeah.
We're not even going to be allowed to read probably in the future. You're gonna have to have some kind of special deciphering chip to be able to read literature. Spooky.
Yeah, it's crazy what you could do in the past, but you couldn't do this one thing. It's, you could do everything else to, you know, but you couldn't teach somebody how to read. You'd get in trouble. I know doing this crypto stuff, I had a problem reading, but wanting to do this, I read a lot. And that wanting to, it's like, okay, I'm reading. And that's awesome, that having that want to do something,
Yeah.
that's awesome. That's what gets you over the hump to want to pick up that book, and it's amazing.
Motivators, right? Like what your motivation is for doing something makes a huge difference on uh, how much you invest of your energy, your time, your skill sets, and like you can call that passion, refinement, whatever you want. But having a good motivator makes a big difference.
I still like looking at pictures now. Don't get me wrong, but I like to read.
Hey man, anybody who says picture books are just for kids is clearly not read a picture book. They're fantastic. I mean, like that's like I feel like that's kind of the entire advent of like Tumblr and Instagram is based off of that one.
Why not have the US Treasury accept crypto bonds? Because right now you give them money, they give you a bond, 10 and in 10 years you get your money and you get 5% extra interest for having lended your money, right? But they only take dollars, they don't take crypto, right?
The banks are starting to take crypto. Chase Bank just announced they're going to take crypto for loans. I think there's two other big banks that gave the green light recently, like the last 2 months.
Like instead of staking our Bitcoin on the chain, maybe the government would like us to stake it and they would use that to pay their debt.
They're
The
going to
same way
take your
they did with
crypto.
gold.
They
When they
take your
banned
crypto, then they sell it on the top, and then they say when it's time to pay the piper, you owe as much as they sold it for, even though the price dropped so low.
I'll tell
And
you
they
But
get
what,
even
their profit twice.
the first country that or the country that ends up having, if we go that route, the country that has the best staking rewards for Bitcoin is the one I'm going to.
What's good, hooligans?
What up, Dbloc?
Right.
So would you rather go to a country that has the best staking rewards? Like you got to take things in consideration. What if you have really good staking rewards, but the tax is really high? So, you got to have a little calculation there.
If the staking rewards are high, but the tax is high, but the tax isn't in Bitcoin. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends, right? That's an
Yeah,
equation you have to.
Yep.
Yep. But I'm saying if it actually makes sense, like I'm not gonna leave and go somewhere else just because the staking rewards are high if everything else costs.
There's a little bit of talk that there's might not be capital gains in US based cryptos for retail. That would be really cool.
Oh man, that'd be great.
It's the fantasy they fed us at the beginning of the market, and everybody started buying US only coins.
Can it come real, please?
I mean, I would not mind.
I'm sick of paying the piper.
I've seen the way it's
It'd be cool.
written. It's the way it's written in the big beautiful bill is no long term capital gains on investments made on American companies. Hasn't passed, but that's the way it's written, and that would cover crypto companies as an umbrella. But
That's not.
if they don't
That's
specifically say, if they don't specifically mention crypto earnings from appreciation, then we might still have.
yeah.
Because it might just be for securities. It depends on how the language is.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even. I don't know. Let me pay my taxes in crypto, and I'll be happier too.
Why give them fiat? Like, why would you give them? Why would you want to give them your crypto? It's like if
Nobody would, right?
McDonald's sold you cheeseburgers for Bitcoin, like, would you trade your Bitcoin for Happy Meals?
It's not about me paying taxes in crypto. It's about that being an option, and therefore potentially us like destroying our debt finally,
Able
or
to take
at
care
least
of that.
maybe there being some more
That's
efficiency
what the
in
whole
government.
Genius Act is about. People are like, why Genius? What Genius Act? What's genius about it? Like, why did they call it the Genius Act? It's because it's their genius plan to have stables pay off their debt.
Well, it's also an acronym, right, for something. It stands for,
Yeah.
I forget what.
Wait, I don't understand. Where's the value coming from?
They support the stables. The
From you.
stables buy the bonds. As long as the bonds stay afloat. And that's what's used to pay off the debt.
It's coming from Macron paying us for NATO.
Defaulting on the bonds would then cause the rug pull on crypto from the government. Interesting.
I don't understand how you hear the things I say sometimes, but that's nothing close to what I said. Who would default on the bonds?
The government.
The government is going to default on U.S. bonds, and you're worried about crypto?
Well,
the
I
whole
mean, they would have,
system,
you know,
the
it's
whole
trying
system
to
falls
save this.
apart if they do
Yeah,
that shit.
yeah.
That's the end of the dollar as the world reserve currency.
That
They do
already
that
happened
shit.
by a lot of metrics. It's already the case, Dbloc. Commerce-wise, the numbers are already like that.
Dollars are my secondary means of transaction. But
could they accept Bitcoin too instead of just stable coins?
Ooh.
There's states that already
the
accepted.
bonds?
Yeah, they're going to. Guys, this is an accumulation rush. The government is going to accept crypto and Bitcoin for whatever the hell you want to give it to them for. They're not going to deny that shit. The banks aren't going to deny that shit. Everybody's in accumulation.
So if the bonds are at 5% for 10 years, does that mean I end up getting 5% APY on my Bitcoin?
Wait, what? No. No. They're going to give you dollar value for the
No?
bonds. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to give you dollar value for the bonds. What you're thinking about is what it would be like
Then
if...
nobody would do that. No, nobody
What you're
would
thinking
give them
about is
Bitcoin.
what eventually will happen when the government gets... Let's run it forward. Let's say the government starts... Let's say that Cynthia Loomis bill goes in and the government starts filling that Bitcoin strategic reserve, right? Let's run it forward like 15 years. Or 10 years. After 2 administrations are gone, they need money and that money is sitting there. All they're gonna do is have it audited and release bonds, Bitcoin-backed bonds. Same thing with gold, right? They can dip into that gold value that they have without selling any gold. They just gotta sell gold bonds. Excuse me, and let people speculate on that, on future prices. So I could see them doing something like that in the future. Would be a BTC-backed bond from the reserve, but that's first they gotta fill that shit up for that.
And once inflows into that also die, they might do like gold, no? When they were just seizing gold overall.
I think they're gonna just price all their debts in the future and be like, hey, okay, let's say instead of owing you US dollars, or I mean, part of the plan is I think hyperinflation is good for the debt because a lot of the contracts, I think it's not just like you owe us this amount of buying power. These countries, we owe them dollars. So the weaker the dollar, the better it is if we plan to pay them off. But you can also do the same kind of thing with Bitcoin, and you can be like, yo, I'm gonna just hold on to it and then say I'll pay you back in Bitcoin. But right before you pay back, you have the contract amount of Bitcoin and you drop the price of Bitcoin. Bang.
We're watching major governments devalue their currency in real time right now in front of our eyes. Unless you think that gold spike was people standing on the sideline to buy gold like they showed on the TV. You think that was 400 people on the sideline, on the sidewalk, lining up just to buy gold? The central banks
It's the trade war.
They're filling their coffers.
It's China against America fighting on the gold market, no? Isn't it a bit that trade war?
Yeah,
where
but
they
when you
both hold
devalue,
each another by the.
when you play currency devaluation games, you have to load up on assets or it'll backfire.
See, in the granular levels, it's trade wars, but when you zoom out, it's collaboration and it's trade flourishing between China and U.S. And it's all optics to make us think there's some kind of tension, but there's so much business. The ports are moving. The tariffs, no tariffs. The business is there. Peace and money shall prosper. Let's get it. China, U.S. I love both of you.
You must be holding some Binance coins, huh?
No, I'm down with China now. I told you, man. And CZ's down with the program too. Ever since he's gotten pardoned, I got to be down. Like CZ's my man now. I pardoned him too. He's good to go in my book. I love
Hey,
you,
you
CZ.
either have faith in the justice system or you don't, right?
Yep.
They say a man didn't do nothing and a man didn't do nothing.
He's good. He's clean.
Presidential pardon is low key. Like,
Definitely. Yo, remember the dude from not Fuji's? Actually, was in the studio with them.
Praz.
Nah, fuck.
Praz, the dude they
John
got.
Forte. Nah, they had another
He's the
crew.
dude
It
that
was
got
process. It was like
the tax evasion
yeah, he
shit.
got busted in Jersey in like Newark Airport with liquid coke, and then he got pardoned by George Bush.
Hey, look,
Because
he
supposedly,
ain't do nothing.
yeah,
Okay,
it was
that pardoned by the
right.
president, he ain't do nothing.
He's good.
What's going on, Ghost? I know Kodak Black walking around Florida like he can't be touched after Trump pardoned him.
Yeah.
Trump sent him home, and he walking around like he got a get out of jail for free card like forever.
Yep. ASAP too. ASAP Rocky, when he was getting in trouble in Europe, Trump had to help him out a little bit.
Any ideas on a bullish catalyst, Dbloc, for Friday? Let's say like it's gotta be pretty quick too.
I mean, I personally don't need anything amazing to happen. Like for me,
the
this
insert
stop
news
was
story there.
yeah,
Trying to guess what could
For
be
me,
the
the
insert
biggest,
news
the
story
thing
here.
that's floating over our head right now, the one big shoe that can drop, in a good way, is if the government reopens, because that gives us an inflow of data which by all metrics, everybody that's been looking at private data is saying that it's going to be favorable. But it gives us the inflow of announcements on ETFs. The word on the street, for as much as you can trust it, is that they've all been accepted and they're just sitting on the desk waiting. And then the money that actually starts to flow again because the government's open.
Not only that, imagine government open, and then you have the China and U.S. trade war just squashed.
I think that's all but over at this point. Both sides have signaled
Pretty
that.
much.
Yeah, both sides have signaled that there's not much to worry about. I think it affected everybody a little harder than they expected on both sides. They were like, all right, we got to chill, y'all. Talk nice to each other. Things are so sketchy right now that any talk is going to send shit tumbling in both of our markets.
Yep. And holidays is a very sensitive area. It's like wars happen during holidays a lot. So it's either you're going to have a lot of peace and like enjoy yourselves and we're like, let's make it peaceful holidays this year. It's like, yo, we're going out. I think it's going to be peaceful this year.
That shit is so fun. Like that World War II story where the Brits and the Germans celebrated or an American celebrated Christmas. Like they called a truce and met up in the middle. They all got out of their little cubby holes and they had a little Christmas party. And then the next day they went back to shelling each other.
That's wild.
Yeah. Like, bro, okay, what are we doing? Kill each other.
I'll be right back.
Makes sense.
Well, it's because they have no choice but to be soldiers, right?
Yeah, of course.
Without a leader telling them to fight, they probably wouldn't.
That's what we're trying to figure out now, Rajesh. It's gonna depend on if they go after some of these sector gaps or not. But right now, I think it's
Have you
holding
seen
together
the
pretty
book
good.
a bit? Does it look normal to you?
I mean, there's some really intentional walls ahead of us, but
Yeah,
in
did you see that?
between seems very thin, you know?
What's happening? I haven't seen this in a while, honestly. Like, what? I'm not sure what to think about it.
I mean,
What is
you
this?
know what that means, though? That means that if you get through one wall, it's straight slippage to the next wall. And if you get through that wall, it's nothing but liquidations and that 106 to 110 is going to be interesting.
We need Elon.
Yeah, that's my current target 9. Like ranges on most alts, including Bitcoin, but I'm only really playing it on. We took that walk across the blockchain earlier. You saw how weak most alts look right now, guys. So, yes, you can point at, a handful that are doing well, but if those aren't the only alts you have in your portfolio, then it's not making a difference. Mike,
But
good, bro.
ETH BTC, if you're looking for a higher low, in April, ETH crashed on the repair, went to 2019 levels, then it recovered, and now it retested the 200 MA on the daily. It made a lower low, and it's also back above the previous low, which was on the 10th of October. Right? So ETH dropped more, also recovered on the pair. Like it's not only in dollars. Well, it's not in dollars, it's on the pair. So if you want a higher low on ETH BTC, it's a very higher low. But Yeah, this could be it.
Grab my ashtray. Right back.
It's technically it's the first fib level. It's the 618 fib at 30,000. Also a round number, 30,000 satoshis basically. Yeah. You even front run a bit the 200 MA on the daily, which is more like a good sign than a bad one. But all of that goes to the bin if we lose 32 satoshis, 32,000 satoshis. Yeah. But as long as it's above 32, there's a 12% chance that we've bottomed, roughly, on the pair.
So just a 12% that it made it slow, or is that an 88% that it's made it slow?
12% that the low is in. It's my win rate, so that's why I say it. Now it doesn't mean it's 12%, but for me it's 12%. When I take these trades, overall it's 12%. Maybe 14 sometimes. I think I was at 14 lately, but on bigger time frames, the win rate could be better though. I mean, you had to wait a month, right? That's some patience. Yeah, you had to wait 4 weeks, a month.
Seriously, we've had to wait 4 years.
But you know, double bottom wise, a month in between the two bottoms is pretty wide, right? Like I'm not talking about a 15-minute scalp.
What time frame are you looking at? Are you scalping?
Yeah. Yeah, I have no choice but to scalp right now, unfortunately. Well, the swings are in, but yeah, trying to make some money scalping. Yeah. To be honest, I hate it. I don't like it. But you know, 3% there, 5% there, 2% there. Small gains do add up.
Yes, sir.
On the Bitcoin pair, ETH just returned to its mean by dropping. You know, like we bumped a lot on ETH lately. We tend to forget it. Yeah, I mean, I personally had forgotten it a bit. Like when you look at ETH BTC, this dump isn't. It's just a return to the mean. Like the whole dump is just a return to the mean on the Bitcoin pair on the daily. Now it would be good not to lose the mean, or like, let's hold it as support, and that's kind of what's happening. And build support at 30,000 satoshis, or maybe 32,000 even. to reverse upward to go put a higher high above 43,000 satoshis. That's like a nice gain, you know. If it plays out, you'll make 30% more than on Bitcoin. Now, if Bitcoin goes to 50K, of course, you know, you'll lose in dollars, but you might be able to buy more Bitcoin. I'm just dreaming. That's probably not going to happen, right? But imagine a world where Bitcoin goes down to 50K and ETH holds above 2,800. Then
I was gone for
you
5
sell.
minutes. How the hell did we get there?
I'm just saying you can make more Bitcoin potentially during a bear market by holding ETH.
Mm-hmm. That's not an experiment I'd be willing to conduct.
Yeah, it's a very risky move, but
But can we do that one on paper? Let's paper trade that one for at least a cycle.
no,
See how
my
that
point
works.
is more like whatever Bitcoin does, if that setup is valid, then you might end up being able to buy
We're
more
talking about
Bitcoin.
is like a BNB scenario, right? Where you could have just made more Bitcoin by sitting in BNB during the last bear market.
I think Mental has a chance of achieving something probably not as good as BNB, but a bit similar. Because it's the same purpose now. It's the same use case. Like you just need it to trade on Bybit. But crypto tokens, exchange tokens had a really nice run. Whether it's BNB, Crow, Mantle, most exchange tokens had a nice run this cycle. And I don't know if they're done running or not, but I really will be holding during the bear crypto tokens overall. I might inverse per 1x short it, but like I'll be holding as collateral those tokens. Especially when you know it's backed by Bitcoin and ETH. Oh, just to finish, by the way, if BTC is still in a bear market, we're below the 200 MA on the weekly, we're below the 50 MA on the weekly, we're below the 100 on the weekly. It's just on the daily it's showing signs of life here after having dropped for 3 years. You know, it did a 3x up, both in dollars and on the pair, showing signs of life. Now it's retracing, and if you hold that high low on the pair, well, maybe real world asset narrative is going to pick up and we can get the same overbought values as the last 2 cycles where it was ranging between 50 and 80,000 satoshis. ETH still needs a 3x up to get to those Bitcoin values.
Let's
and
go.
that can happen. Well, it can happen while Bitcoin goes down to 60K, 70K. While it can also happen while Bitcoin goes up to 120K, but it really doesn't matter. If you flipped some Bitcoin to ETH when it was lower. You don't really care about the current price. You're just happy you can get some more Bitcoin. Which reminds me that I could sell ETH to buy more Bitcoin.
I just feel that Ethereum still has the opportunity to double in price from here, and I do not think that Bitcoin is going to double in price from here.
Yeah. 30% outperformance would just be a return to the previous high, giving you a double top around 43 Satoshis. And maybe we'll call ETH dead again at resistance, and it could then retest all the way down to bear market bottom, which happened in March 2025, April 2025. That's nuts. Maybe we'll even lose the 2019 low after that, right? Because the whole thing is just a lower high.
And just
In
look at it
2000
realistically, we're at 100,000 right here now. If we make it to 150, that's a 50% gain on Bitcoin. If it makes it to $1.50. Do you think Ethereum's going to move more than 50% up to make its all-time high?
It
I think
needs
he's
a
just agreed
narrative
with you,
and
Joe. I think.
No, I'm just wondering. I'm just trying to think here. It's like what kind of makes more sense if it's really going to make it to its point we're expecting.
it needs a bullish narrative though, because it underperformed a lot, and why that trend would change without ETH 3.0 or something new on ETH, right?
Gotta do something. All it did was just barely tap over its all-time high.
Yeah, in dollars, yes, but in Bitcoin, you wrecked so much if you bought ETH in the last 4 years, well, 3 years.
Absolute slaughter.
Except,
might as well have
yeah,
just sat the whole bull market out.
No, of course, if you bought below, well, yeah, I mean, ETH gave an amazing opportunity.
There's no way to look at it. It's horrible. In Bitcoin
No, yeah,
value, ETH got absolutely slaughtered. Rug bull.
Get wrecked.
Yeah, but it had a nice reaction upward too now, right? Like we're in the middle now of
Well,
the
that
whole
does leave
4
some
years down.
space too, right? It does leave some space
Like
to recover.
If we were just accumulating ETH, it felt horrible, but now it's back like at the well, it's below the midpoint actually. Well, we found resistance roughly around the middle. Actually, the lower. Damn.
30% down from here, Alex, and we're all coming to your house for dinner, bro.
Honestly, it's possible. It's even like likely, no?
Lucy's on board.
No, I'm not trading that, but if you can't, like, you have to put it in
If
this
Bitcoin
then
takes the
statements,
red,
right?
if Bitcoin takes the red path, but it's something that we've been looking at the whole time. If Bitcoin
It's
takes the
already down
red path
30% anyway.
from the rejection, it's a 30% drop, roughly 28%. I will not be sitting around position during that. That's worst case scenario I'm talking about.
It all gets cancelled if we pump another $500, right? Just a green candle, make everybody bullish again, and then bloop, reverse it back down.
It all gets canceled if we wake up tomorrow and Trump and the president of China did like a little TikTok dance. Things all right.
We live in a world where that could actually happen.
That's the crazy part. It didn't even sound. I was trying to make it sound. I was like thinking of the most
I
ridiculous
know
thing
you
I
were,
could
man.
possibly think of,
That's why I delayed
and
response.
as it was coming out, I was like, that doesn't even sound as ridiculous as I want it to sound. Like that shit could actually happen.
I'm sure someone already made the AI.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely got to be a couple Sora ones floating around.
Elon will retweet it and tell us to buy while selling.
It's crazy. Something like that could be like a world-changing event level, but it is realistically in today's world.
In the meantime, they're testing nukes or missiles.
Okay.
If we live in a simulation, the simulation has a sense of humor. I think that's proven by now.
I really hope we live in a simulation, because when Armageddon happens, we can press restart.
Wouldn't be
Or
funny anymore.
someone.
Yeah, that's sort of been my thought the whole time. Like they try to extend it so that everything comes down with real estate, but I do question myself on how obvious that would be. But then I remind myself that they don't care anymore. This isn't the old government that tried to do shit and hide it, or that, you know, even not even the government, but just corporations and shit, right? The powers that be. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but they're kind of done hiding shit. They just kind of do it now, you know? So I'm with it though. If it happens, at least we saw it coming and we don't hit that eject too quick. If I had control, I would 1000% do it. If I could pull the levers of equities, gold, real estate, crypto, and I could control when we topped, I would definitely have us top as close to the real estate top as possible.
Trump being himself in real estate, wouldn't he try to prevent that though? Like this would be someone trying to screw Trump's.
Zusi, one of the rules that I've made for myself is stop trying to predict what Trump would do, bro. I gave up.
I don't think he can.
I can
stop
never.
the real estate cycle.
I don't put anything past anybody right now at all. But yeah, there's really no way to stop it. It's what it is. It's mortgages come and due, right? It's the mortgage cycle that really controls it more than anything. Long dated.
I mean, he could short.
Exactly.
He could short himself.
We're giving more credit to the presidents than they deserve sometimes.
They can get out of the way, right? Which is what I believe is happening. But we'll definitely get out of the way. You know, these cycles are so slow that it's not like I could forgive somebody for not understanding a 4-year cycle, right? But if you're in finance, especially somebody that's in real estate like him, he understands the real estate cycle pretty well, I would imagine. But more importantly, the midterm election cycle. You know, Dems had a pretty hard sweep the other day that's gonna set a lot of alarm bells off. Usually when things are doing well, when people's 401ks are good, when there's money in the bank, when people feel wealthy, they don't want change. They vote for things to stay exactly the same. Right? Things are bad, and there's stories of people being hungry, and maybe you don't have enough food for your family, or you haven't had your food stamps in the last couple of weeks, or you work for the government and that shit shut down. Like, people they call it a protest vote. They don't even care who's on the other side. They're just voting for things to change. People either vote for things to change or for things to stay the same. So lengthening that
That's what
cycle
happens
out.
when you have only two parties.
Yeah, basically.
I'm in Virginia, and I didn't vote yesterday because, well, I didn't feel like the Republican was worth voting for, and the Democrat is definitely not worth voting for. But the Republican sucked. She wasn't a good candidate. It was a poor choice of candidate run.
Yeah, that ship turns a lot of people off to the whole process, like you're saying, because it's not. I mean, there's not that many choices. The worst is because we do have a lot. There are a lot of choices, right? They just never make it to the final run. Like, they get cut off and shit. That's the worst when it's somebody that you like, and you're like, I just know that this guy's unelectable. Like, there's no way in hell he's gonna make it to the
Yeah, I have money
ballot.
behind him, man. It's a former stagehand. I worked for a lot of these people setting up their gigs. I've been all in the room with a lot of these people, and they've been talking. Some interesting shit.
My condolences.
Back and forth, back and forth. It looks good, it looks bad. It looks good, it looks bad.
Just gotta have some patience. But
If
this
you
is a
zoom out a bit,
hardcore
it
test
looks.
of patience.
If you zoom out a bit, it looks very bad. If you zoom out a bit more, it looks very good. It's a perspective time frame thing here.
Depends which hat you're wearing. Hey, Dbloc, not right now, but a couple weeks ago, I sent you a DM. I don't think you've seen it yet. I want you to check out a couple of my my VWAP indicators.
Okay, I'll take a look. A bunch of people's DMs ended up in the spam folder. I don't know why Discord does that, but it seems to think that a lot of you guys are bots.
You don't have to explain, bro. It's all good.
Yeah, so I had to go through it. But not for anybody else who's waiting for a response. Chances are you're in the spam folder.
I know you like VWAPs here and there. You like to use them, and I just made a simple VWAP indicator that that you can preset them. Well, obviously you can't just set them with your mouse because it's an indicator you have to add.
Mm-hmm.
But it has a little tab so you know where it's for, what date it's for, and stuff, or event it was for. You don't have to look back and see what it was for, where the date start is.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's simple but useful. There's a version someone else made that they sell it, but I just made it for free. And somebody else here helped me. I'm trying to remember. I think it was AZ. I think it's his name. Give him some credit.
Litecoin looks like it could pop up here to like 92. More importantly, it needs to break out of this range, but it needs to hold this 50 EMA on that. Riding it way too long for I like.
But like Bitcoin, like ETH, like a lot of alts, well, like everything. Or even total. That hourly 50.
I'm thinking about relocating to Florida. I'm sorry, Zusi, what were you saying, bro? My bad.
That the average of the last 50 hours is stopping the recovery.
Bitcoin gets up to its psychological ranges, I expect most of the alts to do the same. The risk with that is that it's roughly the same percentage, and if Bitcoin takes a tumble, the alts aren't going to give you much. So me personally, I don't see why not just play it on. Just play it on. Or ETH. Be careful going too far down the list. I never thought I'd be such a proponent of the top 10. But that's where we're at. This phase usually doesn't last this long. Like that Ethereum finally kicking in to its cycle, and then the Ethereum top 10 flip is usually the quickest one. They're dragging it.
Is there any chance we're building up for something bigger?
I mean, listen, at this point, it's going to come down to when money gets cheap enough for people to borrow to. That cut we have coming up, definitely that. So looking at the reverse repo, right? This was when the money printer stopped after COVID. Reverse repo is like the emergency piggy bank, right? The TGA, which is our Treasurer General's account, that's the main account that the United States makes to make payments, to keep the money, keep the machine moving. So we were at 882 trillion. At COVID, we were, already spent. After COVID, we drained the Treasurer General's account. We drained the reverse repo, and money wasn't printing. So at the same time that you're doing that, well, look, let me do this. All right, so these are the three baskets of money, the three baskets that money sits in, all of our money. Right? It's either in the TGA, the reverse repo, or the banks. By the time it trickles down to us, after all our hard earnings and all that shit, right? We put it in the bank deposits, that's where our money sits. So the Fed, let me fix it. Hold on. I know my screen's in the way, guys. I got you. So this is the Fed. And the Fed is the one that controls the faucet, right? Money on, money off. But once the money's in, right? TGA, reverse repo. So what happened was we were at 882 billion on the TGA. And all of this is happening at a time where the government's asset sheet was going down, right? So quantitative tightening, no money coming out of the Fed. They're holding off the assets. excuse me, selling off, basically liquidity drain coming in right around where we peaked, right? On all the, after all the COVID spending. So the TGA got drained. The TGA, since the Fed wouldn't print, the TGA went into banks. Banks spent. This was stealth QE, what everybody was calling stealth QE. Fed isn't printing, but Trump was draining the TGA, right? So as the TGA gets drained, the TGA has to be refilled. The problem is by this time, we had already drained the reverse repo to pay for shit because Fed was tightening. Right? So where we had during COVID 2.5 trillion in the TGA, by the time Trump drained the TGA, we were at 288 billion, I think was the number. So all of that gets drained. The reverse repo then drains out that money to fill the TGA back up. This is happening in real time right now. Right? So if you look at the TGA, this is where we drained from. 882 million, took it all the way down. So the Fed started refilling. This is the funny part. Fed started refilling the TGA from the reverse repo before the government shut down. Done automatically. After a certain amount of time, it's done by bots, right? The government shut down and they left the reverse repo fill on. So this whole time, it's been draining itself out into the TGA. And the TGA, instead of being refilled to 882 million, is now sitting at close to $1 trillion and counting, still going up. So as long as the government stays shut down, this is going to keep getting filled. Now, the reason that that's good for us is because when the TGA gets drained, the Fed's #1 job is to fill it. And while the Fed is filling the TGA, it's a liquidity drain. This is liquidity that could have come into the economy that didn't. Right? So what we've been dealing with is a liquidity drain from that reverse repo filling the TGA. Now, if we don't start to actively cut, if the Fed doesn't start to actively print, that's QE and that's dropping rates, right? Making money cheaper. Then the TGA will start to spend out again. The good thing is that the TGA has an overflow now. So even if this doesn't happen right away, we can spend some money out of the TGA without getting to that 882 because of the mistake that they made. Quote unquote mistake, if you want to believe that shit, that it was a mistake. But so because of the fact that the TGA is getting refilled at an abnormal rate right now, we have a little bit of a cushion. But we're at the point where there's no money in bank deposits. There's no money in the reverse repo. And it's all sitting in TGA or sitting in the Fed waiting to be unlocked. And that's the catalyst that pushes risk assets. Because that money in those two places does nothing but come into bank deposits. I know half of you fell asleep and I don't blame you. Macroeconomics is the most boring shit ever. But
I'm very much watching.
One of the reasons
trying to understand.
One of the reasons that we're watching this chart specifically with the stables is so that we can get a heads up on when that fiat starts to leak back into stables. Not stables that's already in there, not money that's in investments, money that is in the bank. Bank deposits to stables.
But why would people go take loans at the bank though?
Because it's cheap. Money gets cheap, people take loans.
Do what?
Buy risk assets.
Really?
We're not talking about mom and pop, right? We're not talking about regular families here. We're talking about institutions that every percentage that it's cheaper, say millions of dollars on repayment. It's all about money supply, how much money is available, and how cheap it is.
Sentiment would be important, don't know, for people like you, for people to take loans, invest, and all. You need like
For mom and pop, yeah, for my neighbor to go out and take a loan and buy some Bitcoin, sentiment has to be completely different than it is right now. For institutions to do it, no. I think we just need to stop thinking. I think we just need to stop thinking about retail coming in to save us with the 2 months that we have left. We need to think about the things that incentivize institutions to spend more money.
It's gonna go in AI and data centers and Nvidia, right? Because
Possible, yeah.
they're still investing a lot.
I think it would be more likely to go into AI had they had a deep retrace with us. But yeah, I mean,
but actually, AI companies still have a lot of cash. No, they don't need to borrow. Do they borrow? They probably borrow, right? But no, why would they borrow if they have the cash? And money is expensive to borrow currently. No, because the share is so high that they can. Yeah, right. That's the bubble. Yeah, yeah. Right.
yeah, I feel you, Hulk. This cycle has definitely been grueling. The only thing that makes it more digestible to me is that I feel like we understand why. If this had been like this and we just couldn't put our finger on what was different, and it would have just thrown such a wrench. And I guess for some people, that's how they feel. Some people are like, look, this shit is just different than the cycles I'm used to, and I don't know why, and I don't know how, and I don't know how to move forward because of it. And that's got to be a unsettling feeling, you know.
Welcome to Wall Street.
Yeah. If it was easy, everybody'd be rich, right?
At 40K, we were happy to welcome Wall Street to crypto.
We as a lot of people. I was always hesitant. I couldn't understand. The most confusing thing to me was at the Bitcoin conference, seeing all of these maxis stand up and applaud Larry Fink. It was just such a surreal moment to me. Like, in such a short period of time, we lost the ethos. But number go up, right? Well,
with QT, if there wasn't that, I think Bitcoin would have underperformed like alts.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to see because I mean, it did have a concentration because of it, right? Like all the funds got concentrated into, but after a while, people were like, all right, I can't keep doing this. Then the ETFs and all that too. But I mean, extra money is always going to show itself in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the most sensitive of all the assets that are being traded right now. In my opinion, Bitcoin is the most sensitive, and then everything underneath it, obviously. Same family. The sad truth, and not sad because it means that there's still money to be made, but the truth is that the world doesn't see this as a risk off asset, as a risk.
It's becoming less volatile. 4 years ago, Bitcoin would have dropped 30-40% on the 9th of November, on the 10th of October, sorry. Not just 15%.
Yeah.
But to be honest, gold is more volatile than Bitcoin, no, lately, like almost. Yeah. I mean, I'm exaggerating a bit, but since September, so it went 30% up in two months, and now it's down 10%, right? So I can just look at the volatility index on the daily time frame, but I wouldn't be surprised if Bitcoin isn't, well, it's less than double gold volatility.
Think of it like this, like not to be depressing about it, but institutions came in to this game that we were already playing, had already established. Just think of what they walked into. So they walked in, they're like, okay, this is unregulated. And the people here are used to 30, 40% losses without it breaking their sentiment. We're going to have a field day. Right? The reason that this has been so stair-stepped up is because they're buying ETFs and they're shorting on futures. Right? So it doesn't pay for them to go in one direction for too long. Right? They're playing the delta neutral game. And they're making 10, 15, 20% double what they're used to making. So for them, that's everybody gets corner offices this year. That's a win. Right? Everybody gets the promotion. Bosses are happy. Problem is we're only seeing what the market looks like with their money because of quantitative tightening. So if they're allowed to run the show, we know that this is how they'll run it. They'll run it up on ETFs, they'll short it on futures, they'll get paid on both, they'll rinse and repeat, and they'll do it again, slowly moving price higher and higher and higher.
Did you say higher?
Higher and higher and higher. Hopefully one more time higher. BlackRock, if you're listening.
Like gold has done in the past 100 years.
Yeah, it gets to the point
slowly
where
higher
it's
and higher.
Controlled,
Problem is, sometimes it spends 10 years doing nothing. Damn.
Well, gold, that's because gold is on a 60-year commodity cycle. Like 30 years up, 30 years nothing. And the last 4 years of the cycles where it really actually moves, like we just saw on gold. But I don't know, man. I'm telling you, the only time you guys have ever heard the word super cycle come out of my mouth is in reference to metals. And I'm still not convinced that they don't try it. That would be the easiest play, in my opinion. Run equities up to real estate, run to real estate crash, run crypto up as close as you can to real estate crash. Have that 3-prong bubble pop, 4-prong really if you include the debt cycle that'll pop along with it. And then run metals as a hedge. Metals super cycle, people go into the safety of metals. Metals goes crazy where everything takes a shit.
I'm gonna go sleep trade safe, everybody, but just wanted to say,
Nice.
we replaced metals with plastics overall to prevent, because they became expensive, and I guess that probably put bearish pressure on metal because the demand went lower, because now it's all plastic. There's no metals anymore. Like it's all plastic. Even cars, like if you look at the
Only
cars,
plastic I'm investing in are Labubus.
Well, plastic is made from oil too, right? So there's a link with oil prices, but yeah, we replaced metals by plastic. Now everything is in plastic. So have fun.
Take it easy.
When I start getting it more right, I can enjoy this right here. My bad.
You're good.
Like having a runner right here, instead of thinking, just having a runner, enjoying it. Like, come on, Thomas, let's do it.
I should be fudding Labubus. I'm still in that short. I'm tripping. Labubus are played out, yo. Yeah, I don't want to be. You don't want to be caught dead with one of these things. It's sold 2 weeks ago. Do you really want to tell your grandkids 40 years from now when Bitcoin's at $5 million that you were buying Labubus instead of Satoshis? You don't want to be that guy. The only thing that scares me here is that one of the other toys that Pop Mart has goes crazy in the next couple months. Because they got a lot of those blind boxes, a lot of different quote unquote collectibles. If another one catches fire like Labubu, I'm screwed. The demon dog's gonna make me rich. Oh, so far that's looking promising. Been a while since we had sustained inflows here. And y'all remember this chart from yesterday. Our tops, our dry powder supply. You got an open mic, why?
Yeah, I was kind of looking at earlier. You know, if the 5 double topped, that would make the 30-minute look even better. And I was maybe anticipating some more explosive action if that happened, but it didn't.
Yeah, they're slow playing this shit. I don't like those W's that play out slowly. So far, Asia's done what they do, which is just run a range, which leaves the door open for UK to push the trend when they come in. But we'll see. We still got a couple hours left here. Yeah, Alex AI. That's what we're trying to build here. I wouldn't even mind it coming down a little bit lower, but I don't know if sentiment could take that. This red candle, people were already talking about 60K and shit. Those are liquidations, Alex. Right. So red are shorts being liquidated, green are longs being liquidated.
I hate when you run out of excuses. You know, like you, uh, if this and this or that, and then when all that does, and then it's like, well, it happened. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
But yeah, since you're here real quick, live action, that's I know last week you talked about the weekly and then also that 105.5 came up. I said something already a couple of times in the YouTube, but that really helped out Monday and also last night, the weekly, looking on how we lost to 50 and then
Yeah.
wicked and then came back up, you know, and then I fortunate I didn't get the first 98.9 touch, but the second one. It was easier to play with that because of knowing where we was at on the weekly. You going over that, but and then also that level for Monday for the turnaround.
Mm.
So that worked out. That was big time.
Good, man. Oh yeah. Try to cut out the noise and watch what's actually happening. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Try not to get too in front of it, less predicting, more reacting. Yeah, any attempt to dox anybody in the Discord or the YouTube is gonna get you banned, guys. I don't know what that's about. We got a bunch of weirdos in the chat lately. Is it just me mods or and like somebody turned over a rock somewhere?
Big buys coming in. Big buys. I'm all in. Let's go.
Come on, Biddy. Let's see if you can push and cross some of these alts out with you. I know people are underwater.
Save us, Biddy. Save us. You can't save us, Biddy. Save us, Elon. Save us. Or CZ?
Mom? Anybody?
Anybody? Straight up. I mean, Trump? His pals are not going to save us.
Anybody? I'll take
looking for a savior.
Mr. Beast, Andrew Tate, anybody. Not save us.
Tate's still saying what, 26K Bitcoin? I don't know.
Yeah, you need to leave him. You need to leave him out of it. You're right. He's going on. Come on, Bitcoin.
Yo, what if Elon comes out and says Tesla wants to make a Dogecoin reserve? I mean, he already has one actually.
Does this gift shop still take that?
Only for some products, from what I understand. There's only a few things you can still buy with Doge.
It's been a long time since I looked there.
Anybody want to whistle?
I have to say, I'm sure he's more than happy to take all your Bitcoin for as many whistles as you want.
Got me.
How much you think it costs to make one of those whistles?
Yo, it was made in China too. Straight lace.
Turned the
Box
two,
had a little sticker.
and it was selling for how much? Like $100 or something?
At the time when I got it, it was I used Doge to buy, and it was about $45 to $50 worth of Doge.
So he turned 2 or 3 cents into $50 with the Doge. Why trade?
Oh, and Doge was super cheap at the time too.
Why
So he
Well,
held on to that Doge, so he's good.
Why would you even trade at that point? You could sell a Tesla for $100K worth of Bitcoin, which at the time when he was actually taking Bitcoin was like maybe 2 Bitcoin, right? So if you could turn what, maybe like 15, 20K worth of parts and labor into 2 Bitcoin, do that shit all day, every.
I was reading some guy, like, I don't know, he was like a 25, 30 billionaire or something, and his company got shorted or something, like attacked, but I guess it was a legal attack by some other financial institution, just opened up a huge short. And this guy lost like 75% of his whole, I guess, his whole net worth. 75%. That's like, I don't know, it was like 20 billion hit, man. But how is that like, yo, a company, I guess they can just be like, bang, let's just attack him. And I thought there was like some safeguards for things like that, and that with the SEC and the legacy side of things.
I mean, unless he was over leveraged, they just exploited that.
Right, that might have been the case because I didn't really read too much into it, but they made it sound like he was just, his company had shares out on the market, and he just got targeted or something.
If you don't hold a controlling amount, then you open yourself up for like hostile takeover. To get a controlling vote, all they have to have is more than half the shares. So usually that's locked in between you and the chairs. But every once in a while, you get 2 or 3 people on the board on your side, and one's got 15%, and the other one's got 5%.
Yeah, they start coming up with funny ideas.
Yeah. The problem about going public. I don't know. I think I'd much rather build something from scratch and sell it to somebody for a ridiculous amount of money, and then use that money to do like whatever passion project, than to go build my company up, go public, and then lose it on some bullshit, lose control of it, right? Have it turn into something different in the future.
I mean, it's all about the exit, right? That's what really counts.
Yep. Gotta have an exit. Unless it's like and if you just want to pass it on to the kids and the kids' kids and the kids' kids, then don't go public. Private company.
Yeah, and there's ways, I mean, you can keep it private and still get a level of public kind of kickstart money. I think we're not.
It's all about
like
money.
to
It's
the
all
third
it
degree
is,
or
bro.
something.
They're trying to chop their company up in a bunch of pieces. It's usually an exit plan. When something goes public, that's usually the original team's payoff. All the shares that they got for their work,
Mm-hmm.
now they get paid off. After like
Brian kept on grinding. I'll give it to him. He could have just quit and be like, "Yo, I'm chilling. All right, y'all, I'm out." But he's grinding.
should have seen the Twitters of some of the Coinbase guys on the week that it IPO, bro. These guys are Asian. I was like, oh, they're selling every bit of that as soon as they can. They're already spending the money.
What'd you say? I mean, it's probably public, but he probably still holds. Probably dumped what, like 20-30% of his shares. Brian.
You'd have to check. Yeah, it's public. You'd be able to.
Lying Brian. Bareback.
Yep. Yeah, right here, it's like it's testing your risk management. I hate that. Why can't it be easy?
Be no money in it if it was easy.
Yep.
Trigger warning.
Disappointed in Crow. I really am. Disappointed I didn't sell the top.
Careful on your alts. Dominance is going up. If Bitcoin flushes liquidity, your alts are gonna feel it, even if it's just coming in for a higher low. Nah, but these liquidations can get taken. That 600 Bitcoin, that 500 Bitcoin, right? That'll help us go up if we pick up that coin. No, not personally. I would have to see a couple of things go wrong before I started worrying about a bigger dip. Problem is, it'll be enough of a dip to hurt alts. I know most people aren't just sitting in Bitcoin.
Yeah, man, having an invalidation level, man. I mean, you talk about it. It's so important because it's like if not, you're revenge trading at the VWAP right now, probably. If if you don't,
You'll come up with a million reasons on why you should hold it.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
that buy wall. I mean, that sell wall is gonna. That buy wall is gonna hold, or that EMA is gonna hold, or the VWAP's gonna hold, or the higher low, or maybe a double bottom. Maybe just a quick sweep of that liquidity underneath the prior, and before you know it, you're 10% down, running out of excuses.
Yeah. Self scouting myself. That was still working on that, but that was a lot bigger problem. But like just getting better at having like, okay, if it does this, I'm out. Period. Like no point blank. If
You
it
can
does
keep
this,
those
I'm
same,
out.
and you can keep those same other thoughts too, right? Because if you're right and it does put in a lower high, well, then that's where you get in. And if you're right
Yeah.
and that order block does hold, well, then that's your next trade.
Yeah. Growing more brain cells. Yeah. To get it, definitely want to get there.
I feel you, Neve. Everybody does that, bro. That's that dance you do with yourself. That's the hope part of the trade. Where the technicals are just there to sort of support your hope at that point. I'm good at that shit too, bro. If I allow myself to do that, I will find 1,000,001 reasons. Stay in a trade. I think they sweep. We've got until this. I'll give it to the first demand zone. But if we don't get aggressive buyers coming in at that SR, I would sweep. I was the market maker and I was at the controls. I would take those longs out. Give us that higher low. Just seems like the cheapest route. Most amount of money made for the least amount of money expended. I know nobody's complaining about a consolidation at 103 when we were just at 97. Boring as it is. I'll go grab some caffeine or I'm not gonna make it through the next hour. Be right back.
I guess someone has an issue.
It was a lady's problem.
This could be a higher low. I like that's just right here is why I like the 3 minute. Because the 5 minute is just still two bodies, but the 3 minute is just a wick. And then reclaim possibly a higher low, but I'm not doing nothing, just watching. You do high def. You got the #1 crown, homie. You #1, bruh.
Go get him.
That is kind of cool having that crown 1, 2, or 3, but like when nobody shows up and I have that by my name, it's like, oh shit. There might be somebody thinking I know what I'm doing.
All that means is you talk a lot. That's it.
Yeah. I do sometimes, it's fun sometimes talking over here, but also the traders to just stay on the YouTube and stay in that chat, because there's like 2 different communities in one, basically.
The YouTube peasants.
Some good traders, man. I know early in the year there was some of them in there waving the white flag at me, telling me, "Yo, you need to do more studying." And of course, I didn't pay attention. I do now, but they was looking out, really, and that's cool.
Iggy, don't give me none. I don't want no mercy. Iggy, stop. Yes, stop. Yeah, man. They need to fight back. I'll be right. What do y'all play? Blackjack? All right. I can't watch them. You get kicked. I look out of it. Like, they're looking. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Where are you going? I'm just trying to sit down. I don't know. I did, yeah. I don't know why I laughed. All right. I like it, but it. All right. Really need. Oh my. Fine. Fine. Games that mess up your spine. Holy. You're in the hospital. Somebody at the hospital has.
Yeah, made a lot, lost a lot. Yeah, man. Monday, wow. I can look back on Monday like, if I was just 30 minutes later, I'd have been a genius. You got that right, brother. That greed. You ain't lying, man. Oh my goodness. You know, I can see if I did it right earlier, I could play more. Like when we had that bad October 10th, that weekend was like that weekend trap was really smooth price action that you don't get to see. It was like going to the river on a Tuesday and you had the whole river to yourself and it was smooth sailing, like that 11th and 12th was good price action for Saturday and Sunday of just smooth daddy up and down. And if you wasn't scared and wasn't messed up the 10th, you was able to have fun going to the river the 11th and 12th, right? Yep.
Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Just being patient. Just feel like we're wading in the water.
Yeah, I definitely took notice that 11th and 12th that weekend, man. That's what it reminded me of. It was like, this is going to the river and you going to catch all the fish, and because there's nobody there, everybody's scared. And everybody thought it was going to rain, and the skies was blue and the sun was out, and the barometer was dropping. Of course, when the barometer is under 30 and dropping, you're going to catch fish all day long. So that's when you know when to go fishing. So, and that's what it was, the 11th and 12th.
I'm just thankful my Prime's making a pump. That thing was dogging it. I'm accumulating way too many Prime. Way too low down here. Just makes me nervous.
I've been feeding Piff under 10 cents. Not a lot, but just, why not? But not all in.
Which one did you say? Under 10 cents?
Piff, it's under 10, I think, still.
There you go.
Yeah, it just seems like, I don't know, like something like that can manage, even if it shits the bed back to 6 or even 3, the bounce, if you put enough in on certain levels, you've got an opportunity to get your money back sometimes. You know what I mean? Even that's risky, but that, you can do it. But yeah, that October 10th, I want to always have something on the sidelines to play on like those type of days, and then February 3rd, and then March the 2nd, and there was I think another one in July. I could be wrong, the one in July, but I know of those 3.
Look at that Trump pushing $8 again too.
You know, it's kind of like is I don't know, like if China and Trump have a good deal and that thing pumps, I don't know, right? Would that be like the first thing to look at if the deal gets done good and it's like, oh yeah, da 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 da. What's Trump coin doing?
Yo, what is going on with ORN? I just got a notification that it's up 1,000%.
What's that called?
ORN? ORN or Orion? It just went from 10 cents to $1. Went 1,000%.
I don't see it on weeks, and I can't short it on Coinbase. So I hope that you owned it.
That's not a new coin. That's an old one, ain't it? I've heard of that, I think.
Yeah, ORN, Orion. That's one of the ones we've been looking at for a long time.
You had it, huh? Sell it.
Yeah, my deep book is doing okay. It hasn't lost nothing. I haven't gained nothing, but it's gotten some strength. It's showing some strength. Like it's not shit in the bed. It's staying here around 6.5. Went down to like 5.8 a little bit, but reclaimed 6.25, a little over 6 cents. I'm optimistic. That was a nice candle. On a 3-minute. Well, not anymore. Never mind. Forget what I said.
I saw a nice candle on the 1 second.
Yeah, the 3-minute candle, it looked good, juicy, but it's not finished. But then it looks bad now. It's indecision. I don't know. I'm not doing nothing, but I can see where you can see where there's a fight here for sure.
Yeah. Oh no. 3-minute candle notification. Worthy. No, fine.
Oh no, like I like it sometimes. Like if I could catch a SFP, like sometimes I could see that better on the 3-minute. But I like the 5-minute, 15 and 30, especially the 30 and the 5. Going back and forth from that, trying to keep it simple.
Well, maybe at least 5. I'm cooling, man. What are they gonna do? Come down to 98 again? Woohoo. At that point, once they break that and keep going down, it's over with anyway. I'm sure there'll be trades to make and whatnot.
Yep.
$98. Ridiculous. That's funny. The exact damn price that Bearish Soloway said. I wish we could go back and play the recording when I said that, like last month, I think.
What, 98.9?
Yeah, it was like the last time we came down to, I think, 104, I think, if I remember right. I'm not going back to search. But I bet you Dbloc remembers when I was talking to him about it.
Yeah.
I was like, Bearish Soloway said 98. But at that point, he was proven wrong, and we had bounced up. How come turn around? We're here now. Just ridiculous.
I mean, the second time down there at 98.9 last night. I'm glad I took the trade in, but
Matter of fact, let me go look because I shared the chart in this group. Where is it? It's in the chat. I gotta go all the way back. Let me scroll through here. See if it's still there. So last month. Going all the way back. You're gonna see it and you're gonna be like, damn. Where is it?
Even
I'm looking. Where are we at? Oh my god, it was a while ago. It's so damn spot on that I gotta find it. Not like I would have paid attention to it or anything. I thought that was in the past. It's just funny that I saw it. Well, he saw it. I'm looking for it. It's in here.
doing some reclaiming now. Yeah, that weekly, looking at the weekly. Oh man, I'm definitely looking at the weekly more often. Since Boss Man said something about it last week, and then seeing how it all played out. It's like, oh hell yeah.
There's my post. Still going back. When is this? 9/1? Was it that how long ago? No. I don't think so.
But you could say what? Finding possible bounces on the weekly, you could say are maybe Giga Chad moments, right?
Man, this needs to be it. This is the moment. This is the 50 EMA bounce on this weekly. This is when you see this chart, you'll see why.
Yeah.
I'm looking for it. This don't hold. Then Dbloc's red little pass comes into play. And I don't like that one at all. Where is it? Delete my chart. It's in here somewhere. Oh, I might have it saved in my phone too. I took a screen because it was a picture. I'll go look when I'm looking through the chat. Somebody got some chicken on there. That's not it. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
High def, I think about Nvidia at $92 in like the beginning of the summer. Like I could have made it easier on myself.
I found it.
Push-ups.
Let's say what I thought. Well, damn, that's not good. Oh, this is the one. Yes, sir. Oh, yes. I posted this chart on 9/28/2025. Wait till you see this. Okay. How do I just Reshare it. Share.
And I don't know.
I'll just take a screenshot. Oh, well, you can't see the numbers that way. Can I do this? Oh man, no, I lost it. Sorry, I know where it's at now. 9/28. It's in the main chat here on 9/28/2025. I'll go back and get it. Damn, it was a month. What is 9/28? 10/28, about a month ago. A little over a month ago. Not that I believed it. At least I shared it. And that man was right. $9.28. Where you at? Saw you. There it is. Share this sucker. Forward. Share. Just dump it.
I know somebody, and I'm not trying to give them a shout out, but I know some people in Bitcoin Live, when they saw that volume stopper there, they were shooting out laser eyes, I'm sure. I remember that. That was kind of cool. But it gets too carried away, I know.
I got it. I'm about to post it. There we go. Tonight was supposed to be some supermoon. Where's the pump? Fake moon.
There's a pump. It's just in the wrong direction.
That's not what that's not right moon. Can you zoom in on this? I shared it in chat. That's blurry.
Hey, remember what I said earlier this morning? The guy's gonna hit 500 today.
You gotta do it.
Yeah, it's at 517. Oh, it
Well,
went down a little
damn.
bit. 509.
Well, all you had to do is stay in Zcash and stop moving around. You'll be just fine.
I did. I wish I never would push-ups. I would have just stayed in it that whole time, man.
Well, it's your chance to correct that.
Oh, it's not worth it now.
Okay, we'll see about that.
You buy it and hold it then. See what you get.
I'm not the one that's been doing it.
It's not gonna go up forever.
I thought they said 2,000.
They said 10,000. What?
Damn. Well, damn, 10.
They said 1 million with Bitcoin. They always over exaggerate. Who knows?
Okay. Oh, that chart I posted was too damn blurry. Here, try this.
I couldn't. What? 120, man. Jesus.
There you go. Can anybody check this chart out in chat, please? I posted this chart on 9/25 to 2025. I posted it about a little over a month ago. Look at this. And look at that line on the bottom.
You need to go on X live and say, as I predicted.
I didn't predict this. I stole this.
Hey, hey, it don't matter. Photoshop it. Do it upright.
No,
as I predicted.
I don't operate like that. I stole this from Bearish Away about a month ago. Look at that. I showed it to Dbloc. I know he remembers. And I told him, isn't that a head and shoulder?
Yep.
Well, looky. And that means we're going to 89.
We was there before. When let's see. Yeah, I remember us going back to 89. When we went up to.
We haven't gotten there yet.
I mean, what on Bitcoin early in the year? Yeah.
No, I'm talking about now, not then. This chart is relevant now.
Oh, well, I hope not.
Well, that move is over with on that chart. I'm talking about this trend line from the bottom where it keeps on hitting. Look on the chart.
I refuse. We're going to the moon.
Well, judging by this, I don't want to do it. We came to 98. I guess maybe we front run it. I hope. If it would have went to 89, I would have got liquidated on my leverage. Well, damn, I don't like this chart. Damn, 89.
Yeah, I stay a lot closer to the boogeyman.
I don't like this. Dbloc, I need you to look at this. Tell me it ain't so. Tell me Bearish saw the way isn't right. And it's already come down to 98, so you could draw that line to there. Well, damn, it's almost there. And then we pump back up to where we at now. 103. $105. Dead cat bounce, maybe. I don't want it to do that. Sucks. Guys, I want to be bullish, but I looked at Bearish Soloway's chart. It's really irking me.
What, on Bitcoin?
Yeah. The one I posted there on chat.
Yeah.
And at that point, if that happens, it's, I don't know if we go to 89, if we can say. I wonder what Dbloc will say if we do come to 89,000. Can we still say that nothing has changed and we're still going to go to 150K
Oh yeah.
from
I think
89?
Well, I mean, I could be wrong, but I think it's a debate. I think I heard over here where we could still retest 74, 73 and still go back up.
To 150.
I don't know about that, but I mean, yeah, 89 to 70, I would think Dr. Doom would come out and just destroy Thanos, and then we would go up, right? That's what I would expect. That's what I'm expecting. I'm waiting for Dr. Doom to, to take out Thanos now, really, because I've been seeing that around, Thanos, we're down, we're going to 50, we're going to 40, whatever.
If that happens, then if we're going to get out by December, then that means that we might just only retest the all-time high and double top, and then it's over. If that, because we're coming down too much.
Well, Bear's loving it, that's for sure. I got to be more putting on my Chicago Bear hat at times, but getting better at it, but
I'm not trying to put that on yet.
right,
I'm not trying to put that on yet until this is over. I mean, I guess if you're just trading, you're trading either way, but
yeah, milking it up and down,
I mean, I might put it on for a little bit, just take it off. If we get to 105, I might put it on. Try to take it back down to 100 and then take it off. But even at that might be risky. Who knows? I don't know, man.
I guess trying to do something.
Peace. Is that you, Dbloc? That I heard you.
Yo, Emat, I like that new sweatshirt picture. It's a good one.
Oh, okay, thanks. Yo, Dbloc. Or was that you, Joe? I thought I heard him.
I didn't hear Dbloc. I just seen him move his chart here and there.
Okay, I must be imagining him. It's in my imagination. Yeah, man. Trying to remember.
How you doing? How's your beam doing?
I still got it. It's suffering. I'm in like it. My average is like 50 at 50. It's like at 40, friggin' 1, I think, or something.
Ooh, it got you 20%.
No, I don't think it's that much, but
50 to 40 is 20%, cuz.
is it? It could be.
Damn.
Oh, it's more than that because it's leverage.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Ooh, I
No.
thought you were just holding the I thought you were just holding the mill on spot, cuz.
No, shit. It's not a lot of money. It only cost me like, I don't know, I think $300 to buy that position.
What X are you on? What X are you on future?
75. I backed it up with like $986.
I think you did tell me this because you told me you got a super low liquidation on it. That's why I think you did tell me that.
I bought it on that dip before all of this crap. I thought that was good, but it wasn't good enough. But it's good enough to hold, I guess, for
What
now.
else to scoop up? Did you get any Ethereum down there, 32 or 33?
Nope.
What you do?
I finally gave up and took a higher risk on this because I figured since everything came down, I'll just take the higher risk and make more and turn around and head up. And that ain't over with yet, but we can't keep coming down past under 98. I know that. And I could close it now and break even, but because I bought it with the profits I made from my shorts.
Nice.
That,
This was like a profit move over into a
not a lot of money. All my money's in spot on mainly SUI. And I don't even do anything, or I don't even look at it.
Did you scoop SUI sub $2?
Nope, I'm not even doing nothing over there. I don't even do anything. I just sit.